Yeah,
He's been around the block.
almost as long as he's
All
been.
right, we're ready to begin our meeting. So good evening, everyone that is viewing us from far and wide. We're now going to call our meeting to order. Yes, we're calling our meeting to order, and we would like to ask Mr. Gallo, would you lead us in the pledge, sir?
I would be delighted. If you would please stand with me, place your right hand over your heart, and repeat after me. Ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to
and
the
to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. We appreciate you and your flag.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
will now move to item number 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Do we count? Okay. It's been moved and properly second. And we will also ask at this time, are there any items to pull from the consent calendar?
I have one, Madam President.
Okay.
11.8.
11.8. Any others? If not, we will go ahead and vote. And I haven't seen if everyone is here, so I'll call your names. Dr. Hill? Aye. Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
And Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Thank you, motion carried. We will now have 1.4. Our inspirational message will be from Dr. Wyatt.
Why, thank you, Madam President, and good evening to everyone out there. Great to see you all. First of all, I just want to say National Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our amazing teachers in our district, as well as our county, our state, and our nation. We all know this has been a year unlike any other in the history of our great nation. So thank you to all of you out there that are doing what you're doing. We know this has been a tremendous experience of learning together. So just know we all appreciate you from the Board of Education.
Please mute your phones. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, my message tonight is for our graduating seniors. And let me first start by saying I apologize because I didn't know we cannot play music videos here on our board meetings because I guess that's proprietary and it's against the rules. So I apologize. I won't be able to show you my music video, but I will tell you a little bit about it. So for the class of 2020, this has been more than just a challenge. This is a once in a lifetime experience that we are all experiencing, and we're calling it a pandemic. But I can assure you, every board member, every San Diego City Unified School District employee, every family member, and folks throughout our city, county, and state and country want to celebrate the class of 2020 to the fullest. And one way or another, we know we will. If anything, the class of 2020 will be embedded not only in our hearts and memories, but also in history. The class of 2020 will be known as many things: the COVID-19 class, the Rona class, the distance learning class, the social distancing class, and of course the face mask class, as we all know are popular for. But to me, the class of 2020 will be known as a class of incredible resilience. You're the class of students, families, and staff who overcome a global epidemic. We've been forced to shelter in place, which has not been the worst thing by any means. But it's forced us to learn to spend more quality time with our families and friends. And we learned that most of all, we have pretty much everything we need right here at home. I also want to thank the many awesome community members who have adopted a senior and highlighted them on social media. If you haven't had a chance to see it on Facebook, we've seen literally for ourselves dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of our seniors being posted daily on social media. I've read so many of their stories, and I can tell you right now that each of your stories motivates me more and more to continue our mission, which is making hope happen for every student in our district. For class of 2020, I want to say congratulations. We will be seeing you soon. As I said, one way or another, we will celebrate the graduating class of 2020 to the fullest. Respectfully, your board vice president, Dr. Scott Wyatt. And the two videos I wanted to show, just so everybody knows out there, because I'll get in trouble if I even dare try to play them, is Friends Forever. Many of you probably know that video. It's a wonderful graduating video. And of course, When I See You Again. And gosh, I wish I could show those because it really had a nice touch to it. And but just know, folks, we love you, seniors. We're looking forward to your graduations, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. We appreciate that. And Dr. Volkermer, I believe we have some onboarding recognition acknowledgements. Yes.
I get unmute. Sorry, I got to unmute myself.
Okay.
Thank you, President Rogers. We do have one onboarder with us. Board, as you know, part of our human capital systems is to have a robust onboarding program for all employees. And we have one of the activities that we have our new managers do is come to a board meeting. Normally, we would have them stand up, introduce themselves, and have you give them a shout out. But Laura Cardina, who is our new purchasing manager in the purchasing department, we're very glad she's on board, is somewhere out there in cyber world. I'm sure she's taking copious notes of everything that's happening at the board meeting. So we just want to say welcome to Laura and well in her new career as our purchasing manager. So thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome to you. We can't see you, but we certainly appreciate you. We're now moving down to our special presentations, which is 2.1 and 2.2. So I'm going to ask Mr. Gallo if you can read 2.1, or I'm sorry, let me back that up. I meant if Dr. Flores, you can read 2.1, and then if Mr. Tillman can read 2.2.
Okay, thank you. Resolution in recognition of Day of the Teacher, my honor as a teacher of teachers. Whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District is honored each year to join other school districts in California, dedicating and declaring a day to celebrate teachers. And whereas May 13th, 2020 is the Day of the Teacher of in California, honoring the women and men who have chosen the education profession and for building exemplary careers in this field. And whereas additionally, May 8th, 2020 is the day to honor teachers in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. You are second to none in your chosen profession. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District takes this opportunity to express our gratitude to our teachers for their service, dedication, and professional excellence. And it be further resolved that May 8th is a day to honor and express our appreciation to all members of our teaching staff. So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second. We will vote. Dr. Hill? Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Get off the road.
Ms. Rosales Medina? Aye. Please mute your phone. Dr. Wyatt? Dr. Wyatt? Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Sorry, my mic was off. Aye.
Okay, all right. And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion's been carried. Thank you. And Mr. Tillman, are you ready for 2.2?
I am ready, Madam President. And I just want to start before I read the resolution to thank all the classified employees. I know a few weeks ago, the grass had grown very, very high at a lot of our sites. So you can just see the difference day and night. And it really illustrates the work that they do. All the facilities look so much better since they've gotten back to work. And also I know I've heard some heroic stories about our classified staff serving meals to families. And I also want to thank, I know the Powell Center's partnered with us also, they're serving meals. And I've heard just some touching stories about how appreciative the families are to have access to those meals. And how, and I want to thank the staff for being able to take the risk to be there to work, but also being good at being able to accept the emotion that's involved in serving the meals. I think a lot of times we take for granted the work that our classified employees do, both physical and emotional. So I just want to thank them all for that. And with that, I'll read the resolution. Resolution 2.2, resolution in recognition of Classified Employee Appreciation Week. Whereas in order for the San Bernardino City Unified School District to run efficiently and effectively, it must depend daily on the dedication and capabilities of employees in the classified service. And whereas more than 2,500 classified employees who work in various capacities ranging from instructional aides, computer technicians, and delivery drivers to library clerks and custodians perform their duties with pride and skill. And whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins California in setting aside May 17th through May 23rd, 2020 as a time to honor all classified employees and recognize their long and excellent service. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education for the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes May 17th through May 23rd, 2020 to spotlight the accomplishments of our classified employees. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Dr. Wyatt?
Aye, and thank you as well.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Thank you. Motion carried. As we prepare for our closed session, Dr. Volkemer, are there any comments?
Karen, are there any comments related to closed session?
I didn't receive any comments for that.
All right. All right, again, to our viewing audience, we are now going to go into closed session. We will be back as quickly as possible, so please be patient. And again, please visit our website for more updated information as to your students and families. Thank you. Let's close out. Okay, looks like we're all coming back. I think most of us are back. Again, hello, viewing audience. We have returned from closed session and we're going to move forward our agenda. And we're at 4.1, certificated non-reelects. Be it resolved that the Board of Education has determined on an individual basis that the following certificated employee be given notice prior that their employment with the district should not be renewed from the 2020-2021 school year pursuant to Education Code 44929.21, and that the interim superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code 44929.21, HR certificated 19-20-05.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All right, let's vote. And roll call, Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Dr. Flores.
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. I believe we are omitting 4.2, if that's correct. And so we have item number 4.3. And we are moving to
Someone have a dog?
item 4.3. Be it resolved that the Board of Education has determined that the following certificated employee be given notice that he and she shall be released from assignment as an elementary school vice principal effective at the end of the 2019-2020 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year, and that the interim superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code 44951, HR certificated 19-20-12.
So moved.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Dr. Flores.
Oops. Abstain.
Okay, Dr. Wyatt.
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Abstain.
Mr. Tillman.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo.
Aye.
Dr. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Rogers. Aye. Motion carried. And Karen, I'm sure you're capturing those abstentions. Okay, 5.1, school board member report and comments. Are our school board members or student school board members online? I'm looking for numbers and I'm not sure if you are. Please let us know.
Eric,
Hi, Kayla Duhart. I'm here.
Okay, hello. Who else? Is there another school board member here? Okay, Kim.
Yes, Eric's here, sorry.
Great.
Hey,
Okay. Hey there. Okay, so Kayla, we'll start with you.
Yes, okay. So for today, I was asked there was a petition started for 2020 petition. They personally asked me, they told me to comment on, give you the stats or comment on what they've been doing. So they started a petition, which they did do a survey, which they published on their Instagram. Basically asking 2020 students, they're seniors, what they would like to do in regards against the virtual graduation. I was told earlier today by Ms. Cunningham that the virtual graduation would not take place of an actual real graduation, and this was just some sort of celebration to take place since we're not able to do a real one right now. I don't think that was really said to the seniors. I don't know if they had that understanding, because I didn't personally. I thought the virtual graduation would be the replacement. But I know now, of course, that this is just a substitute for now, that we for a safer way to have graduation, or some sort of celebration for our seniors, since we're not really able to have a graduation on our original graduation date.
Okay, and Dr. Volkemer, I may need you to weigh in on that a little bit, but I'm going to hear from our second board member as well, so we can get some clarity in the wording and the verbiage that's going on.
Yes, I heard about the survey that Kayla is talking about. And yes, the students are requesting that a traditional graduation be held in the future once mass gatherings are safe to be done. I do feel that the district and the Gear Up program have done a great job recognizing and celebrating the seniors thus far. And it is unfortunate, our circumstances, but we will have to deal with what we have and see what happens in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I know the district did meet with you all and you gave input, and there's surveys that definitely are out there. Dr. Volkemer, can you weigh in a little bit on the clarity?
I certainly can, Madam President. Board, you'll be hearing a little more about this during our COVID presentation, but not to steal too much of Linda's thunder, who's been working on this very hard. We are planning to do a virtual graduation, not as a substitute for an in-person graduation, but as something, because we really have no idea at this point when we would be able to have an in-person graduation. We are committed to doing that once the restrictions on gatherings have been lifted. Right now, we would not be able to, in fact, just as recently as last Thursday, we were on a conference call with the Department of Public Health, the Director of Public Health, who said in-person graduations, even if socially distanced, are not allowed right now, no gathering of that size. So when that's lifted, we'd be thrilled actually to have an in-person graduation for our students. So we are crafting a letter to go to the families of all seniors. We wanted to wait until after the board weighed in tonight and had their chance to give us guidance and direction. But that letter should go out. We've got to prep for it by the end of this week in terms of here's what we're going to be able to do for our seniors this year. We certainly want to do everything we can given this very unique challenge.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Volkemer. And to the student board members, we do plan on having a pretty robust conversation down the agenda. So hopefully you'll be able to bear with us. Is there anything else you want to comment on? I don't believe there's going to be a preferential vote on anything, but you have weighed in the graduation, and we appreciate that.
I have nothing further.
That was all. Sorry, Eric.
It's fine. It's fine.
You guys are okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
we appreciate you again. We appreciate that. All right.
Well, have a great evening. Bye-bye now.
You too. Item 6.1, I believe Ms. Karen Cunningham will be reading our public comments and should be queued up and ready to go. You can give me a signal if you are ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, we're ready to hear them.
Okay, we have 37 public comments, 27 of them regarding the graduation. I'm going to start with the other ones first. Okay, the first one is from Magdalena Campos. She's a parent and would like to know when can she register her daughter for kinder for next year. The schools are closed and she cannot find information. The next one is from Magali Gallegos, a parent. And she says, I worry what the district's decision will be regarding the back to classroom date. I feel it is still not safe for the children's health to return to school campus. There are no vaccines nor cure for COVID-19. Unfortunately, the number of deaths and people infected with COVID-19 increases every day. The children are still not safe away from home. The children are young, they still have their whole lives ahead of them. Even if they miss the whole school year, they can always start over and catch up. I cannot say the same if the children's health is at risk. How are they going to have a life ahead of them and return to normalcy if their health is affected? Believe me, I want the best education possible for my children, that they learn as much as possible and be successful. I have a lot of faith and respect for education. I know that education is the only way to make this world a better place, but now the most important thing is that the children stay healthy. at least until there is a vaccine, so our children can be protected from COVID-19. I'm committed to help my children as much as I can with their education at home. I am willing to spend all the time that is needed and to learn new things to help my children with their schoolwork. Thank you. And the next one is from Antonio Zaragoza, a parent, and she would like to know, how does she register her child for preschool? Next, we have one from Kathleen Brennan. She is a San Bernardino community member. First, I wanted to thank each one of you for your time and for your sacrifice and service to this county. The school district's rising rates and graduations is truly reflective of the amazing work and leadership of this school board. I also want to thank you for understanding the importance of educating the students on the role that the labor movement has played in shaping California and the United States. Assembly Bill number 2269 was passed because our government leaders also realized the importance of ensuring that the future generations did not lack this critical information. Teamsters Local 1932's mission has always been about transforming the Inland Empire, and we do that in many ways, but one of the most important ways is by investing in the kids now so that they understand the importance of coming together in solidarity to make the changes necessary to help the working class and to ensure that these kids someday won't have to suffer from poverty wages and unsafe working conditions. Teamsters Local 1932's executive board has also adopted a policy that each month our local will donate $1,000 to a local school. This month's school that was selected is Cajon High School. We are committed to continuing our support and to work with this school board to help improve the lives of children and their families of this great county. Again, thank you for all the great work that you do. Next one is from Christian Vargas, another community member. I want to make you aware of how much of an awesome community we have. I was in SBCUSD all my educational life, and I've never seen anything like what Tina Lopez and Treasure Ortiz, along with this great community, put together, Adopt a Senior. It has been a great turnout and a blessing to our city. This goes to show how much we can rally together in times of need. We have principals, teachers, parents, community members, people who grew up here, all rallied together wanting to motivate our graduating class. You guys should award and recognize Tina and Treasure. They put all they have to pull this off. Thank you. All right, Martha Ontiveros, a parent, and she asked, where can I find information regarding enrolling a student? Liza Hutchins, she's a community member. I have a concern. Last meeting, it was reported that there was a new case of bullying. How is that possible if the schools are out? I know most of the districts across the nation have been dealing with this issue and trying to find ways to resolve it. I think it is alarming to know that bullying is going on even when schools are closed. Thank you. And one from Mia Cooper, a parent, and she writes, at this time, I wish to thank everybody for all their hard work for the transition into the distance learning. It has not been easy, but we are all getting it done. Thanks to all the teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week and all the hard work that they are doing. Also, I'd like to thank our school police department and the chief for their hard work and dedication to our students, employees, and staff helping in the community. I would like to thank the school police chief for taking the time to speak to me regarding my son who wanted to be a police officer and giving him the necessary tools to be successful. On May 20th, my son, Christopher Cooper, will be sworn in as an officer. And finally, when the school board has their discussion on what we are going to do, when we are going to come back to school, I would like the board to maybe consider distance learning as an option for some of our parents. Thank you. And another one from Roxana Cervantes. First of all, I would like to thank you for the effort that is being done to support the SBCUSD students' education. It is a process in which we are all learning. My comment is directed to the students' attendance and monitoring strategy. As a mother of students who are at two different levels, elementary and secondary, I am experiencing the difference that exists in the instruction and work received. Last week, exactly on Friday, I received a robocall telling me that my student had not been attending distance learning classes according to the SBCUSD system, which I can firmly refute because I have been monitoring closely my children's interaction in the virtual classes, working on their homework packets, and taking advantage of the suggested resources. Another point that I think would be useful is to establish a consistent schedule for each class. I appreciate the attention that is being given to us, and I hope that soon we will see this situation as another experience. Thank you. And the last one in this section is from Amy Noel. She's a parent. I have 5 children in the school district at Wilson Elementary and Golden Valley Middle School. 3 of them have IEPs for dyslexia. Most schools in our state do not have what is needed to offer a free, appropriate public education to children with dyslexia. According to the California Department of Education, nearly 38% of students in special education qualify because of a specific learning disability such as dyslexia. We know better than ever before how to effectively help students with dyslexia and other reading disabilities. The following 4 strategies also benefit English language learners. Number 1, annual universal screening done by general education teachers from kindergarten through 2nd grade. Number 2, purchase a multisensory structured literacy program for Tier 2 intervention in K2 grades and Tier 3 intervention in special education K-12. Some examples are Wilson, Sonday, and Linda Mood Bell. Linda Mood Bell also has an SMLE math program that would be very effective for dyscalculia and math intervention. Number 3, annual training for teachers. K2 grade teachers need to be trained for screening for dyslexia and using the MSL program for intervention in their classrooms. Special ed teachers need training in using the MSLE program for reading instruction. All teachers K through 12 need to know how to recognize the symptoms of dyslexia in the grade level they teach and how to more effectively teach these individuals. Number 4, create a position in your district for a reading specialist certified in a program that is approved by the International Dyslexia Association. This approval from the IDA is given when the reading specialist program includes multisensory, direct, structured teaching methods specifically for dyslexia. If a child does not close the gap in small group intervention, they should be served one-to-one with a reading specialist. The district certified reading specialist could go from site to site in the district for one-to-one intervention as needed. Any efforts you make in this direction will give you phenomenal results because these things have been scientifically proven to work. I have partnered with the International Dyslexia Association and Decoding Dyslexia California to make these suggestions part of the California Education Code. To sign a petition and find more information on how to help, please visit the Amy Noel YouTube channel. I have emailed these suggestions along with links to resources to the school board, SELPA directors, and superintendents. Thank you for your time. Okay, I'm going to move into the graduation comments. Give me one second. Okay, there are 8 comments from students. Okay, the first one is from Abigail Ramirez. And she says, the board released a survey to all SBCUSD students on May 1st, 2020. The form included only options for a virtual graduation. The class of 2020 deserves more than a virtual graduation via Facebook, YouTube, and any other platform the board is willing to use. Seniors deserve to have a traditional graduation after the national pandemic comes to a close. We seniors have worked hard for our graduation ceremony and deserve to be rewarded this option of walking. Yes, we seniors realize that some might leave or not be willing to wait for our graduation. I personally did a petition for the class of 2020 that currently has 772 responses from SBC USD seniors only. Statistically speaking, over 98.7% of the seniors believe graduation should be held after the pandemic, and over 86.3% are willing to wait until further in the year for our graduation. Seniors have and currently are working hard to achieve their goals, and we deserve to walk as we have all strived for over 12 years. With the consideration of those who are entering parts of their lives where they will not be available to a traditional graduation further in the year, those are the seniors who need to be offered the virtual ceremony. In regards to a traditional ceremony, it should not be virtual, since it is not what seniors deserve nor want. I hope the board takes this into consideration as I speak for the class of 2020. Thank you. The next one is from Malia Delgado. I am a senior at Cajon High School that has been completely devastated by the outcome of my senior year. Although nobody could control what has happened, the fact remains that we have missed out on so many special moments with our friends that we will never be able to regain. I have heard that the district is considering a virtual graduation. I just had to comment that this is almost as bad as not having one at all. I would like to speak for my fellow 2020 graduates and say that this is not something we or our families are interested in. I think that delaying graduation, no matter what we do, will be difficult as many students are going away to college or into the military, which will make it even harder for them to return. But not everyone will be happy with the outcome of the district's choices. Please allow the class of 2020 the memory of a traditional graduation. Thank you. Trinity Waitcheese, not sure if I pronounced that correctly. The class of 2020 agrees that we would much rather wait to have our actual graduation than be forced to have it virtually. We have waited 12 years for this moment. We can wait 6+ months more to receive the milestone we deserve. Thank you. Alexandra Zamora. I don't think it's fair that we get a virtual graduation when almost all the seniors are willing to wait until a later date when it's possible and to have a real graduation, now that our whole senior experience was taken from us. Richard Galvan. Class of 2020 deserves a traditional graduation ceremony. Natalie Rojas. As a part of the 2020 class, I believe we deserve so much better. We didn't work our butts off for 12+ years of school to not be able to get the proper graduation ceremony we deserve. It's unfair, and we are not asking for a graduation right now. We understand the seriousness of times at the moment. However, we are simply asking for you to postpone our graduation until a right time to be able to walk across that stage like the classes before us. Samantha Cortez.
Can I interject?
Sure.
If it was a regular meeting, I think we would have said that we're going to have a graduation for all classes guaranteed as soon as we're allowed to reconvene. And then after I would have said that, everybody would have said, okay, I don't have to speak. So if all these are saying the same thing, that they want a traditional graduation, I think it's easy for us to say, we all agree, right, board, that we're going to give all seniors a traditional graduation.
Mr. Tillman, we're going to discuss some of that later on. And so I know they really wanted to weigh in, and I think we're in the time frame that they would have discussed it, and we're hearing it out, but we're going to talk about it down the road, because as you can see, even with our board members, there was some confusion, or student board members, there's some confusion. So proceed, will you, Karen, because we do want to hear what they have to say.
Okay. I have two more from the students, and then I have parents. All right, Samantha Cortez.
Please mute.
I think it is unfair and disgraceful to allow a virtual graduation for the SBC USD seniors. After all the hard work and sacrifices we seniors have put in, it is an injustice to allow all the hard work and effort go unnoticed and pushed under the rug. There is not enough effort coming from the district. A virtual graduation is a slap in the face to the seniors who have put all their effort and have built mental health issues just to get through all 13 years of school. We are willing to wait as long as it takes for it to be safe to have a person-to-person graduation. Please take this into consideration and think of all the seniors who will be scarred if they do not have these traditional memories. And the last student comment is from Freddie Garcia. I don't think we should have a virtual graduation for many reasons. We have worked too hard to get to where we are at now. We want to walk a stage to show our family members that we did it, and it may be the last time we see many of our friends and acquaintances. Okay, now I'm going to go into parent letters regarding graduations. There are 18. Okay, first one is Monique Powell. Okay, she is a lifelong San Bernardino resident and mother to a senior at Cajon High School by the name of Ernest Powell IV. I'd like to address the concern felt by many parents of our 2020 graduating class. Honestly, the possibility of my son and many of his fellow grads hasn't hit me until this past weekend. I had a feeling of helplessness, and that was when I decided to have a voice for all, including my son. I'm asking the board to take this moment in time and deeply consider continuing with our graduation, but if need be, postponing rather than canceling, and no to a virtual replacement. Rescheduling the graduation for a later date lets our children know that we stand with them and not against them. I know a decision of this magnitude may weigh heavy on your hearts, but please consider being in their shoes and truly try to understand just how important this is for them. This moment may be the first for many families to celebrate such achievements. Some will continue their education and possibly have another opportunity to celebrate such accomplishments, but many will join the workforce, which means this is their only opportunity. Allowing these students the opportunity to walk proudly across that stage will also be one of your greatest achievements. We all may have a difference of opinion, and that is okay, but we're talking about a ceremony that is still a month away. So let's continue as planned and say no to a virtual ceremony. Let's also consider a bigger venue, which will allow social distancing guidelines if still required at that time. If parents have to pay a little more for tickets, I'm sure many will support that decision. If less tickets have to be given to each student, let's consider that as an option. Let's be mindful and push for sooner rather than later, as many students will be attending universities in the fall. Thank you for all that you do. Class of 2020, we stand with you. Carrie Cohen. These seniors deserve an actual graduation. I nor my senior support a virtual graduation. Irene Butler. My son, who deals with 2 health issues, worked really hard since the 7th grade, and with the help of his home and hospital teacher, he will be graduating on time this year. Being a home and hospital student, he was not able to participate in any high school activities. However, he got all clear from both his specialists to participate in graduation, saying this is an important accomplishment for any teenager. He was excited to be able to participate in this event, and even though he does not know his fellow graduates, he was excited to finally be among them to walk in graduation. He and I would rather you postpone or figure out a way for the students to walk in graduation instead of a virtual one. The students have worked very hard for this right, especially for those in my son's situation. Thank you. Sunshine Chagoya. I'm asking that this not be canceled or changed to virtual. There are many family first graduates and young adults that have really struggled to finish. This would show them those accomplishments don't deserve recognition. The seniors have sacrificed so much, and I feel they're owed the ceremony. A delay would be much better than a virtual. Thank you. Rebecca Watson. I would like to know if the board would consider postponing graduation as well as senior events, if necessary, until November or December. I believe our kids deserve to enjoy one last trip with their class, as traditionally every senior class has had this chance. Thank you for your time and efforts. Thank you for making hope happen. Gina Rubio. She's requesting to postpone the class 2020 graduating class and absolutely no virtual. Kids work too hard to be belittled with a virtual after enduring the pandemic out of their control. Parents and loved ones that invested in these kids and their accomplishments are willing to wait for due process to see them walk. It was more than just a tradition, but a ceremonial coming of age, an actual transition for both graduates and loved ones to have a memory of childhood come to fruition into the next generation of working members of society. Tatiana Chavez. Please don't give our kids a virtual graduation. Please push back the graduation date. These kids work so hard for a day to celebrate them. Let them walk after quarantine, please. Jennifer Christensen. I would rather have the class of 2020 graduation be at a later date than be virtual. Please let these kids walk. They deserve it. Daniel Christensen, I want my daughter to have a traditional ceremony. If we have to wait till a later date, that is fine. She deserves a real graduation ceremony. So do all the 2020 graduates. Myra Reiner. I would want the district to really come up with a better idea than a virtual graduation. Let's use a bigger venue, if only for the students to sit 6 feet apart, wear their masks, and be able to walk on a stage with their fellow classmates as one. Family could watch online. My daughter went from almost giving up in sophomore year to enrolling in Options for Youth to deciding to finish because she wanted to walk with her class. She pushed her way through to get the recognition she deserves. We just asked you to think outside the box. Like the Navy ceremony they showed online, all were 6 feet apart. And if we can't do it June 4th, let's plan for the beginning of July. By then we will be in phase 3, which says schools could return. I pray you think as a parent, not a higher educated figure. Ellen Bailey. I do not feel the board has thought long and hard on ways to make this graduation year the best for our seniors. The students had to sign a petition so they could have a say on their graduation day. Famous words for 2020, we're all in this together, yet I feel like we're really not. Kalia Richardson. No to virtual graduation. Let's postpone it since the kids can't go to prom or grad night. Lilia Jimenez. Postpone graduation or find a way for our children to walk even with face masks. Have only 2 tickets per person, not any extra, but let them walk. They have worked so hard for this. Brianna Bocanegra. I'm a parent of a 2020 senior who struggled throughout his whole education up until now and has finally found his way of learning and has pushed to finally catch up and get good grades. To hear he might not even be allowed to walk to receive his diploma is heartbreaking. These seniors deserve at least that part of their senior year after everything else was taken away from them. I really would like for them to have an actual ceremony, even if it's months from now. This class is no different from any other class, and it's not fair that they can't celebrate or experience that walk across the stage with all their loved ones who are extremely proud of them and who have worked so hard for this day. So please don't take this from them by giving them a virtual ceremony, because it definitely will not be the same. Jania Mack. It's unfair to not have a real graduation because you can go to the grocery store and still see people without masks or gloves. You should let the students wear masks and gloves and let them walk the stage. Estella Rodriguez. Please postpone graduation ceremony. No to a virtual ceremony. Brian Smith. Postpone and let the kids walk. Christine Harbour. Please postpone and not cancel graduation. These students deserve to get their graduation. They have been stripped of everything else. Please allow graduation. And then I have one last comment. It's from Sarah, a possible home. I'm not sure I'm saying that correctly. She is a San Bernardino City teacher. I am a special education teacher at San Bernardino High School. I have had the same class of students for the last 3 years, and this year they are seniors. All year we have been looking forward to the celebrations that come with being a senior. I understand there is nothing we can do about the senior trips and activities that they are missing out on due to the pandemic. However, I ask that the board follow through with the promise of a true graduation ceremony. In the letter mailed out towards the beginning of this school closure, the senior class was told they would still get a traditional graduation ceremony just at a later date. The students and families accepted this. Now, for some reason, the school board is going back on this promise, and I will tell you my students and their families are not okay with this. The school board didn't even consult the families before making this decision. So whether it was done because that is what other districts are doing, or because it will cost less money, or because you are unsure when the graduation would be held, it is not okay. We always strive to be better than other districts. This was seen when the board agreed not to lower the graduation credit requirement like other neighboring districts. As for money, our students have worked for this. Maybe we can look to community members who are stepping up in so many ways to celebrate our students to help with some of the cost. As for an unknown date, Governor Newsom is moving forward with starting to reopen some businesses in California this weekend. That is a good sign that California is moving in the right direction. If we plan for a winter graduation, it would allow most students to be back for it due to holiday breaks from college. And we could even include students who maybe needed one more semester to make up some of their classes. In conclusion, I strongly urge the board to reconsider their decision to have a video graduation. We all know many of our seniors have had to overcome great challenges to reach this milestone. They deserve this. Please give it to them. And that is all the public comments. And you're on.
You're muted, Ms. Rogers.
Sorry again. Thank you to the public again for your comments. We appreciate your input. It looks like Mr. Gallo, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I just heard a couple of comments about the board having gone back on their decision. I mean, we have not made any decision other than to hold the graduation as we promised weeks ago in a letter when the COVID epidemic became a reality to many of us. So just for everybody's edification, we have not gone back on that. This proposed virtual thing was in addition to, and just to celebrate during the time frame where we would normally celebrate a student's achievements and stuff. So it is by no means a replacement, and I'm sure we're going to have that discussion as we go through this agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, because I heard a lot of reference to the board deciding on a virtual graduation. The board never had a discussion at all about a virtual graduation. It's never been agendized. And I understand it's agendized tonight. We'll discuss it tonight, but everything I heard, we're going to do a traditional graduation as soon as possible. I know the staff was going to recommend a virtual graduation, not in place of a traditional graduation, but just to have a virtual graduation at the normal time is what I heard. But the board never had any input, and I'm sure that we're looking at having a traditional graduation when the proper authorities tell us that we can do it, and we have the time to schedule the venue, put the announcement out to the parents and students, and do it the right way. But we're going to have a traditional graduation for all graduates. Thank you.
And I'm going to take the next comment. And it's important for us to know, again, the celebration and graduation is the option to ensure that we are still going to honor our students. And we're going to hear more of this as to where we are and what we can do. But it's very important for us to communicate that we're under a governor's, ruling right now, and that we can't do that. And we don't know what the next steps may be, nor when, as we come together and do that. And even as we talk the further out, there's other speculations about COVID. So safety is the main thing. And then again, we want to talk about celebrating our students without saying we're just going to let them go off into the son and then call them back. Who was the, let me see, Dr. Flores, were you?
No,
I think so.
Dr. Wyatt.
It was Dr. Wyatt. Dr.
Oh,
Wyatt.
okay. Then I am next.
Right. Mhm.
No, thank you, Madam President. And I was just going to echo both what Mr. Gallo and Mr. Tillman said, that there was a lot of reference to the school board about a decision we made when we actually did not make such a decision yet. And we're actually excited, just like everybody else, to celebrate our students and to have a physical graduation, as well as many of the other senior activities that come along with graduation. And I know we have a committee that is put together by our district, and we're looking forward to their presentation and hearing some of their recommendations. And I do appreciate one of the parents referencing the Navy graduation. I was going to talk about the Air Force Academy graduation that I observed and watched online, and they did an amazing job of social distancing, didn't even have to wear masks, and the way that it was put on was a class act. So we know we can do it, but like you said, Madam President, right now, safety is first. And, we're under the direction of the governor and also public health. So
state of California, exactly. So.
Exactly. So, we have to wait, and, we're still excited. And if we have to wait it out to have that graduation, then that's what we're going to do. But, like I said earlier, we want our seniors and our folks that are graduating to know we look forward to honoring them. It's a huge celebration for all of us. And I know the board members and cabinet and everybody that gets to attend those graduations, it's the culmination and highlight of our year for all of us. So again, thank you for those comments from everybody out there, and we want to make sure we're going to honor you.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, I wanted to first thank all the students for their comments and their recommendation, and also the parents. And just to let you know, we hear you. We hear your concern. We hear your desires. And I think that when appropriate, we should have a graduation for our kids and our families. And again, though, we have to follow, our governor's safety and health guidelines. And I think we're on number 2 of his four step plan. And so hopefully, sometime in the summer, we'll be able to, have the graduation so that everybody can participate in celebrating their senior year. And it is a tradition. And like all of my other board members said, the board has not decided in terms of that. I think it's an item for discussion, but we thank you all for your comments. I also wanted to tell the parents who had questioned or wanting to know about enrollment. I think Dr. Volkemer is going to address that in terms of where you go and so forth. And Madam President, I just wondered, I know we're new at this, but sometimes I think our parents need to have a comment here and there. I know we're waiting till the end, but I wonder if we could discuss protocol sometimes, to just give them a, yes, we'll take care of it. This is what you need to do, or we'll get a hold of you or something, because it's so awkward to wait till the very end to get recognized. So I hope that we can discuss that. Thank you very much.
I think I might have understood you, but I did have those notes there, and I know that they still have their information as well. So Dr. Volkemer takes that information and follows up within the board meeting time is specifically.
Right, but I don't think the parents know that. I don't think the parents know that.
So, I mean, we can again inform the audience right now, because we're live, to let you know that when your comments are coming in, just as though we were at a board meeting, that the district will follow up with you immediately after, following the next day, to reach out to you and make sure that you have that information covered. Because of course we want to make sure that you know how to enroll, but we are still reaching out. We still have people working. Your comments will not be put, on a shelf. They will be answered. So we appreciate that. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to hear the comments again tonight. It is awkward situation, but this is where we are, and we still want to have input. But it's very important, again, to know that I know a lot of things are going on and we see, but we are under, California's laws and and being safe is what we have to, err on the side of caution, and then we'll know what we can do down the road. Somewhat with Dr. Volkemer, okay, Mr. Tillman, I think you chimed in also.
I did. Only from the perspective that the very first question was about enrollment. Mm-hmm. And I've called district numbers, and it does go to recording. So I think it would help if Dr. Volkemer has a phone number that parents can call and say what number it is you call to enroll a student. I don't know what that number is. When I've called 3 numbers a day, and they all went to voicemail. So is there a number that a person, because you have other parents watching tonight, so is there a number that parents can call that would help them get enrolled?
I thought the enrollment is the enrollment center. Dr. Volkemer, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do. We'll work on our phone system. We're using an email system essentially right now because we don't have people at work. But you can, for those who have enrollment questions, if they would just go to our website, sbcusd.com/enrollment, the entire process is laid out very well for them. So we're happy to help. They can call area code 909-381-1300. Nicole is going to kill me for that in the morning. She's my administrative assistant. But if they want to call, if they're having trouble getting through, we'll help them navigate as well until we can get a little bit more solid system along that way. So I wanted to share that we do follow up with each and every person who is requesting follow-up. Some people just make comments and are not requesting follow-up. Right. And I want to echo what the board said about graduation. I want to thank all the students. As always, you're very candid, very honest with us. We appreciate that. We appreciate your voice. Parents, thank you very much. And like I said a little earlier in the meeting, our board is very clear on their guidance and direction. I'll be sending out a letter that reflects that in terms of the virtual graduation being not a replacement, but in addition to, and that as soon as we can do it safely, and that is the key term here, we want to make sure our community is safe, our parents and our students are all safe. As soon as we can do it safely, we'll love the opportunity to hold an in-person graduation. So thank you.
Dr. Volkemer,
thank you.
Does that mean that, just so I'm clear, so the staff right now are still not working?
So only essential people are being called into work.
But the other staff that are working at home, that no one has a phone number forwarded to them where they're taking calls?
Yeah, that is happening in places in the district, and we'll work on this one specifically.
But not all places, because I know for the regular 381-1245, I call that one, and are those numbers forwarded?
I don't know what that number is specifically, Mr. Tillman. Do you know what it is? 245?
It used to be the board secretary number.
This is Karen. May I comment on that, sir?
Yes.
I do have a voicemail on there. If people leave a message, I can call in and pick up that message, and I do that daily.
Right. I would just suggest I think I thought we said, because I had recommended Vonage, but I thought we said that you guys were using Google Phones, Google Voice to forward phone numbers to. But I think I can understand a staff not wanting to use their personal number, but if it's possible to give them an additional phone number they can use on their phone, it works out good. We use Vonage at the county. We put out 2,000 numbers. So, and all they did when they went home, they forward their number at their desk to their cell phone, but it goes to a Vonage number, not to their own personal number. And when they call clients, it shows the Vonage number or the extra number and not their own personal number. That's a suggestion.
All right, thank you, board. We are going to move to 7.0. And our first is San Bernardino Teachers Association. Karen, is someone on the line?
Cheers.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, there is Miss Alcala. Hello.
Good evening, President Rogers, Interim Superintendent Volkemer, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Vitas Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I come before you again tonight speaking on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. First and foremost, I want to remind you that it is May 4th through 8th this week, which is Teacher Appreciation Week. And I would like to sincerely thank all of our teachers who have seamlessly adapted to the distance learning environment and are working tirelessly to connect with our scholars during this difficult time. You are appreciated and you are essential. And I want to thank the board for also making a proclamation for Teacher Appreciation tonight. I also want to bring to the board's attention that May is Better Speech and Hearing Month, and it is designated as such to raise awareness about communication disorders. And this year's theme is communication at work. I also want to thank our speech language pathologists, our special education teachers, and our deaf and hard of hearing teachers who have chosen careers dedicated to serving our students with these communication disorders. And if you'd like to learn more, you can go to the American Speech Language and Hearing Association at ASHA.org. A couple of items that you'll be discussing later on in your meeting that I wanted to address. The first one is regarding the school district budget. Tonight, the district will be presenting information on the budget. Again, I want to remind you of my comments from last week that at this time, we still have a lot of unknowns that are out there, specifically around our current status based on the coronavirus, the state's plan to reopen things. And as far as the state budget, we're still waiting for the governor to come out with his May revise, which will not happen until May 14th. And we don't know exactly how much money we'll be getting from the federal government at this time, as several emergency legislation packages have been passed. So we just want to remind you to carefully consider all of the facts that are out there around the budget and the numbers and the figures as we move forward to make sound decisions with all of the knowledge that we have available to us. Another item that you'll be discussing later this evening is the school district calendar. And again, I'd like to remind the board that we have an established diverse stakeholder committee who collects feedback and makes recommendations to the board on our school calendar. And you have already approved the calendar for 2020-2021. At this time, as with the budget, there are many unknowns that still exist around COVID-19 and the governor's orders as it relates to the reopening of our economy and our schools. And I strongly encourage the board not to act without considering guidance from our public health officials and the governor as they lay out the plan for gradually reopening. I would also caution you from making any changes at this time due to the unpredictability of our current situation. We would also expect the calendar committee be reconvened, as it is our practice, if any changes are being considered. And again, that we make these decisions based on facts and the information and knowledge that we have at that time. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. 7.2, California School Employees Association. Is there a speaker on the line?
Yes, ma'am. This is Oni Jimenez.
Hi, Oni.
Hi, how are you guys? I just want to take a minute to thank the board and the district for your continued support during these unprecedented times. We look forward to continued positive relationships working together to benefit our support staff and district as a whole. And I want to take an extra time also to say thank you to all our wonderful teachers that we have on staff at our district. They do so much for our kids, our parents, and employees as general. Again, thank you for your time, and everyone please stay safe.
Thank you for your comments. 7.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there a representative on the line? I see a face. No? Communication Workers of America? All right. 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Association, Officers Association. Is there someone on the line? No, all right. We're at 8.1, 2020-2021 Board of Education meeting calendar.
Karen, if you could bring that up so the board can see it, please.
Give me a minute because what I'm in doesn't show it. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on.
So board, this is the time of year when we typically bring a draft calendar to you for your meetings. So I don't want to confuse the calendar work that was already referenced this evening. This is the calendar of board meetings, Board of Education meetings. So as soon as we get that up, you'll see that we basically followed the same pattern that we have in prior years.
Sugar. Sorry.
And added a dose of sugar to the calendar apparently.
I'm not signed on this laptop. That's why. So I've got to get signed on.
Okay. It generally,
I have it up if you want me to present it.
Dr. Volkmer, did we get that in our packet?
I can present.
Did we get that in our packet?
it should have been in your packet. Yes.
It was on your board docs. It's an
Right.
attachment to the.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see it.
Sure.
Okay, so,
Can you make, thank you very much. You read my mind, making that a little bigger. So board, we have typically had one meeting in July because of summer recess, 2 in August, September, and October. What we have here, what we're showing in November is one board meeting because of the election night. Now we've had board meetings on election nights before, but we know that's an important night to you. So we're proposing that we would just do one in November, and then around the holidays, one in December and January. The rest of the calendar is virtually the same other than dates changing as you've had in prior years. We're trying to avoid having board meetings when students and parents and staff are on vacation. You'll see that reflected here.
Let's see.
So I can't, I mean, do we have board meetings? Are there any place we don't have 2 board meetings in a month?
Yes, July, November, December, and January because of the holiday seasons.
Miss Medina, do you have a statement? Did I see?
Yes,
okay.
I do. So then my thing is that we're talking about the school board calendar, but the thing is that we've asked for the conversation to happen regarding the school year calendar. And I think I might have gotten that confused.
It's coming up. It's going to come up.
It's going to come up. Okay. Just making sure that we haven't forgotten.
9.3. Yeah, it's 9.3. This is the 2021.
Okay.
so Madam President, I put my name on the list. Dr. Flores.
Okay, I'm
Am I
ready.
next?
Let me see.
Am I
Let
next?
me double check because it clicked me on. You are, yes. And then Mr. Tillman.
So just a point of clarification, Dr. Volkmer. So you're stating that this is following our pattern that we usually have, correct? In prior years?
Other than November, I believe.
And what's the change in November?
The change in November would be to avoid the election night, having a board meeting on election night,
To the following week.
which is November 3rd.
Oh, yes, November 3rd. So we would move it to the 10th. Okay,
Right.
that's good. And that's the only change?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tillman?
Did we have 3 months in a row last year with only 1 board meeting?
You had 2 in a row, December and January. That's the change I shared with you earlier.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it's a strain when you only have 1 board meeting a month. To do it 3 months in a row, you're not going to know it till you get there, but it's going to be a huge strain. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to get discussed that we won't be able to have input on. And part of the problem is like tonight, there's a lot of people out there that say the board said. And the fewer meetings that we have, the more they say the board said. and we can't respond to it. It's not a good thing for us not to have meetings, and to go to one meeting 3 months in a row is not going to be a good thing. Even if we have meetings back to back, 2 weeks in a row, and trust me, I don't like having meetings, and my fellow board members talk way too much. But
did you really say that?
But
Mute
Can you mute him, please? Mute him.
I'm trying.
But I really think we shouldn't go 3 months in a row at one meeting. You need to add another meeting. You can pick the month, but you got to add another meeting on one of those months, even in January. Three months in a row with one board meeting is not a good thing. And you won't know it until you do it.
You probably need to do it in December, the beginning, versus January. Okay, I'm sorry. We have, let me see. Mr. Tillman, you were done. Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I also recommend we not go 3 months. I would recommend the change be in November. You know, we've always had meetings on election night, but that's not my main reason for saying let's do 2 in November. If our parents and students have spoken about a later graduation, and at some point we need to be in communication with everyone. But if we also take a look at what the scientists and the doctors are saying about another hit with this virus, we might need to make some urgent decisions then. But I would hope we would consider leaving November 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, just so we'll be prepared to deal with either a late graduation ceremony, as well as the virus attack that we hope won't happen, but according to scientists, it will. So that's my comment.
Okay, and then Dr. Flores, and then we will need to entertain a
motion. Okay.
Yeah.
I concur with Danny that we shouldn't have 3 months in a row, and Dr. Hill as well, with only one board meeting per month. And I was thinking, because of the holidays, that perhaps in January that we have it on the 12th and on the 19th. I know it's a lot of work for staff, or even the 12th and the 26th. Maybe no. We've had them back to back other years, so I think I would recommend 12 and 19 so that we can get things done. And it wouldn't be so big. The agenda won't be so big. And Dr. Hill, I agree with you also. The 3rd, we've always had board meetings on the 3rd, on election night, maybe the 3rd and the 17th, so that we can get our business done. Because otherwise it's just gonna be too much. That's my recommendation.
So am I hearing some sort of motion? Okay, Ms. Rosales Medina, I see you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to concur with everybody, with Mr. Tillman as well as Dr. Flores. 3 months is too much. With the election night, I understand, but typically we've always been able to manage that with election night. Also to keep in mind, like many others might have mentioned, just having maybe move it a week after or before, so we can have maybe 2 board meetings in 2 weeks. So there's several options we can do with maneuvering that, but 3 months in a row, it is too much.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make a motion that we, and I'll look for board, I'll go with Dr. Hill, do the 3rd and the 17th, or the 10th or the 17th of November.
Yeah, I'll second that.
You want the 3rd and the 17th, Mike?
Yep.
All right. That's my motion, the 3rd and the 17th of November.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And the only discussion I probably will say, let's please remember what we said about the election night, because it did get a little strange the last time on the night. But
you want to do the 10th and the 17th?
Well, you know, because it just gets kind of strange on that night.
I'll
and
make
I
my
know-
motion the 10th and the 17th.
Yeah, it's the 10th. I was going to suggest that anyways.
Okay.
It's
I'll,
that would
I'll,
make it better.
I'll second, I'll re-second that.
Okay, so we're 10th and the 17th. There's a motion and there's a second. And if there's any discussion, if not, go ahead and take the vote. Dr. Hill,
Aye.
Mr. Gallo,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tillman,
Aye.
Mr. Salas Medina,
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt,
Aye.
and Dr. Flores.
Aye.
When Rogers, aye. Thank you. Motion carried. Okay.
Great.
We're now at 9.1, the COVID-19 board update.
Great. Thank you, board. As the PowerPoint is coming up, we'll make that adjustment. Appreciate your feedback on your own calendar. As we move into our COVID presentation for this evening, I just want to say that our teams have been moving at the speed of sound to redesign many of the district systems in a very, very short amount of time. Tonight we want to highlight a few of our larger efforts, things that are coming up. You've already heard a lot about graduation, the virtual alternative. We're going to talk to you a little bit about how we're measuring participation rates for our kids in terms of distance learning, summer school options, and then some newer work that just launched yesterday in relation to physically distanced schools. So there's a ton going on. In case I don't get to comment at the end, I just want to say, just a huge shout out to our cabinet members, each one that is taking on a very large role, as well as all the people that are helping them. They're directors, we've got teacher representatives, classified representatives on these committees, other managers, and I just want to say thank you to them for the great work that's getting done. It's truly a remarkable effort. Our objectives this evening remain consistent with our other presentations. We want to update the board on district operations in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to review not as many metrics this evening. We're really going to stay a little bit more in the programmatic area, but we'll come back to our next board meeting. And if I could have you advance the slide, please. And we just want to again reiterate our core values. And that's having meaningful experiences for all kids, making sure that our instructional systems are sound, even in a very unique and different way, to minimize exposure for staff and students. Ultimately, it's about bending the curve. That was the lead slide that I didn't comment on, but it really is about bending the curve back. So at some point in the future, we can not have to worry about things like physical distancing, and we can have the celebrations that we want to have. And then finally, using the COVID-19 crisis to focus on systems improvement and building capacity. We really have adopted a mindset of when this is all over, we're going to be better than we were when it started. And we're using, as I think Dr. Flores mentioned, the adage that she shared earlier, we're not going to let a good crisis go to waste. We're going to get better as a result. So with that, we'll turn it over to the team and we'll advance the slide. And I believe that Mr. Halderson is first.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Volkemer. And to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Volkemer said, our re-engagement plan, we are not just looking about the short term right here, right now, but we're also looking really at long-term learning for our employees. So we went over these objectives last time. They have not shifted, but the investment, like number 3 says, is something that we really believe in, not only short term, but long term as we move not only through this crisis, but into the future. So next slide, please. We've come up with, we're going to have 6 different committees. We have been working with CSEA on getting representation on these committees. So I'll just go through these briefly. Universal, these are trainings that can be given to all employees in the district. Safety, obviously, for our campus security, other employees that might be related with student safety. Nutrition is self-explanatory training that we would develop for employees in that department. Our trades area, which would be really basically M&O. Clerical, obviously clerical throughout the district, and then auxiliary school site employees like rec aides, like health aides, what trainings will be best for them. Also, in regards to this, not all of our employees have computer access. So if we can go to the next slide. These are some timelines, but we also are going to develop trainings that aren't really based on using the computer, because we know some people have not good access. So for example, book clubs would be one thing to do, training through reading a book. But these are our timelines. We established those committees. That was last week. Starting actually tomorrow, we will identify best practices. This is with all of our CSEA input. They'll be on the committees. We just got their names, I believe, on yesterday. Then on May 8th, which would be Friday, we will critique those plans and develop the professional learning plans that would be sent out. Finalization of the plans would be on May 11th, and the development of those plans, both short-term and long-term. And as I mentioned on the bottom there, this is done in consultation with our employee associations, especially with CSCA. And next slide, please. We brought these questions to you last time, but these are our guiding questions. And kind of like what Harold just mentioned, we want to get better, not just now, but into the future. And for all of our employees, and this is directed really at our classified employees. So those will be our guiding questions. I won't go through each one in the essence of time, but basically, how can we make each employee better through training, not only virtually, but it could be non-virtually also. So we'll have a report back to you on the next board meeting on the specifics of how the training is going. And thank you.
And I have an update on the celebration of the class of 2020. Next slide.
Ms. Bardier,
sorry.
You hang on a second because I know you're going to get kind of lengthy. Mr. Tillman, did you have a question in reference to something that Tom shared?
I did. Mr. Holliston, you mentioned that some of the classified employees don't have computers.
Yes.
And I would suggest that even the county's doing it now. They're doing training for new employees, and they're giving the new employees a Chromebook. And we could give the employees a Chromebook and a hotspot and allow them to do the training with a Chromebook that we issue. I think that'd be a whole lot better than, you said something about a book, but I mean, it's not hard to do now. I mean, a Chromebook could cost you $250 and you could give it to them. And if you had to do training, but you'd be able to do a whole lot more with that Chromebook than you would without it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Yes, we'll look into that, getting those devices to the employees that, you're right, do not have the access.
Yeah, and not only that, if they don't have the access, there's a host of things that you're gonna want them to view on the district's website that they would now have access to if we gave them that device. To think of an employee without a computer at home right now is not a good thing. So if we can give them a Chromebook to help with the training, I think it'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you for that input, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, Ms. Bardier. I'm sorry, we're ready for you.
And I apologize for jumping in there, but we're so
okay.
The many ways we're going to be celebrating the class of 2020. So next slide, please. You know, plans for a voluntary virtual celebration for the class of 2020 are being developed as a result of the following orders from local, state, and national officials and health experts. For SBCUSD, voluntary virtual celebrations for the class of 2020 will be held until we have been assured by authorities that it is once again safe to bring large groups of people together. Next slide. We're not the only education system dealing with the best ways to honor the class of 2020. So we surveyed local districts to see how they were addressing the issue. Our comparable districts, like Long Beach and Santa Ana, have canceled graduations but are looking at alternatives. Chino and Snowline have announced virtual graduations, and Riverside plans to live stream. And many others, like San Bernardino City Unified, have postponed graduation and are exploring alternative ways to celebrate the class of 2020. We also met with our superintendent student advisory in a recent meeting. Next slide. Although the students shared their disappointment, they requested an opportunity to give input. So we launched a very short survey to gauge how students are feeling. So the first question that we asked was what their preference was between having a virtual celebration or graduation that is viewed on YouTube or Facebook, and those are their results. The second question they were asked is what types of pictures they would like to have featured in a virtual graduation or celebration. And I just want to mention our third question, it really came directly out of our superintendent student advisory. Eric Morales, our student school board member who comes from San Bernardino High School, tossed out the idea that we have a drive-through celebration. And I'm pleased to say that a majority of the students, we had over 600 students take the survey, a majority of them would actually embrace that idea and participate in a drive-through celebration. And the final question was an open-ended question that allowed the students to provide suggestions for how to make it meaningful. Most of the students responded, probably 90%, that they really did not want to do a virtual graduation. But of course, anything that the district is planning right now will strictly be voluntary. Next slide. In the meantime, to support our school sites, we have created a standardized celebration program that blends engaging elements with pre-recorded student band and choral performances of the national anthem or the school's alma mater, along with personal video messages from the principal, from a school board member, and of course, the student speeches will also reflect the personality and the uniqueness of our students. And as a note, any band and choral performances will be recorded ahead of time and be performed virtually in accordance with the stay-at-home orders that we are now under. Next slide. We will also provide each high school with a custom slide template to be used for their graduation roll call, and students will have their picture featured and whatever quotes or other information that they would like to have reflected. Next slide. Once an actual date for a virtual class of 2020 celebration is established, we will need at least 3 weeks to build the presentations that will provide us time to record and messages and blend in music and performances and special effects, as well as marketing and promotion time. We want to make sure these presentations are special and can be one of the keepsakes that our students have for the years to come. Next slide. A printed commemorative program will also be provided to families, and families will receive multiple copies. In addition to this, the digital celebration will also be a piece of memorabilia for the class of 2020. And this concludes the update on our virtual celebrations. Next slide.
Well, good evening, board. San Bernardino County announced earlier this evening that they believe we have flattened the curve in the county over the past 30 days. And while the bend towards downward trending has not yet occurred, the county does plan to submit its initial recovery plan to the state after the state releases its guidance on Thursday. So while that's promising news, it is important to remember that there's a long, challenging road ahead and that we need to remain vigilant and patient, stay-at-home orders and the closures still remain in place until those announcements are made by the correct officials. Next slide, please. So your incident management team was busy this past week and this current week. We're monitoring all the related grants and funding along with Ms. Christakos and her team, CARES Act, FEMA dollars, CDE dollars, the State Governor's Office of Emergency Services, as well as some donations that have come in and grants that have been sought after by our team. $25,000 for the meal distribution program through T-Mobile, and a $29,000 Gen Youth grant that's going to help us with personal protective equipment and supplies. And you'll see our final device distribution metrics. This is based off of our large distributions. We're still doing one-offs each day out of our IT department. And you'll see there's just over 36,000 students that now have the devices. And we've begun the hotspot distributions with the priority for our seniors, the homeless, and foster youth. We do have a good system in place at our IT department to get the hotspots out into the hands of our students, and we have many that are in stock, and we're setting appointments so that's still moving. And currently we're working on the school closures, end of year activities. So we know there's a lot of personal property that needs to be returned or picked up from the schools, and a lot of school property that needs to be returned. So we're working on the plans for that. And that concludes the IMT update. Thank you, board.
Thank you. And before the next presentation, I think it started with Mr. Tillman, Miss Abigail Medina.
I believe I had a question regarding before Danny Tillman, Mr. Tillman.
Oh, he's on there at 8:23 and you're 8:20.
Go ahead. I'm fine with that.
I want to stay in order, so go ahead.
So that it was only because of the previous presentation by regarding communications with the graduation. Okay. I was wondering, so far we've been hearing students that may feel that there is no actual graduation. Are they under that impression? Is there any communications that there will actually be a in-person graduation, just not right now? And this could be something that we do after the fact, once we're able to open, or is this something that the district is completely not doing whatsoever, is an in-person graduation once things gets better?
I can answer that, Harold. We met with students to get their feedback. We sent out a letter early on when we first started distance learning, and we committed to a graduation as we were able to. And then in the last few weeks, we've had some requests and different pressures to put on a virtual graduation. And so we spoke to students about that. Our planning has always been committed to doing both. We sent out in writing about a month ago, ending all end of year activities with the exception of graduation. That still is the case. I think we can communicate it better. I hope that we have tonight. We also, as Dr. Volkmer suggested, we're going to send out a letter as well.
Right. It's because we've already had several during the public comments, students that were under the impression that there wouldn't be. At least that's the feeling I got. And so making sure that they understand there will be an in-person graduation just until we actually are able to, during that time. In the meantime, we're going to have the virtual graduation for them.
Celebration is better use of words. I think we are going with celebration so that there is not
a distinction.
Yeah, there's a distinction between that, because to not do nothing, I'm sure the board will agree, as our community is stepping up, is doing something. We are required to at least honor and celebrate our students how we can right now. And then moving forward, as Dr. Mitchell says, but when that moving forward is, we just have no control over it right now.
Right, but I just want to make sure the students understand that, because it seems there is misinformation, or they're not fully aware.
And Dr. Mitchell said that in the meeting with the students, he did convey that information.
But since we have so many students, high school students throughout the district, is it 300 students? I mean, those are the only ones that probably heard it out of the rest of the students' population. So
the letter was sent.
Yeah, it probably was miscommunicated, but the letter we sent to all seniors.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
And I believe we have Mr. Tillman.
Madam President,
Dr. Flores.
Yeah, I think on the subject of the graduation, I think maybe you should convene a committee that meets in the near future to discuss specifics about waiting until we can get clearance once we get clearance, how we're going to pick the date. Because I think it'll behoove us to pick a date that's closer to a Christmas break or a spring break, so that there are students attending school out of state. They would have the ability to come back, maybe talk about doing it on a weekend, a Saturday, or is it going to be at the school? But I think a committee would be good, and then bring it back to the board. We can agendize it, and then we can formally say when we're planning and how we're planning on doing a future graduation, traditional graduation. There's no substitution for it. We agree. But that dovetails into what we're talking about with the COVID-19. My concern is, there's talk about the governor saying it started in July. My full concern is nothing's changed since the day we canceled school to now. The COVID-19 is still a disease that is out of control. I just want to make sure that people understand, people who are at higher risk for illness, COVID-19 is a new disease, and there's limited information regarding risk factors for a severe disease. Based on currently available information and clinical expertise, older adults and people of any age who have serious underlying medical conditions might be at higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. And I think it's important that we say, based on what we know, this is from the CDC, those at high risk for severe illness from COVID-19 are people 65 and older, people who live in a nursing home or long-term facility. And this is another important part. People of all ages with underlying medical conditions, particularly if not well controlled, including people with chronic lung disease or moderate to severe asthma, people who have serious heart conditions, people who are immunocompromised. Many conditions can cause a person to be immunocompromised, including cancer treatment, smoking, bone marrow or organ transplantation, immune deficiencies, poorly controlled HIV or AIDS, and prolonged use of corticosteroids and other immune weakening medications. People with severe obesity, and that includes body mass index of 40 or higher, people with diabetes, people with chronic kidney disease undergoing dialysis, and people with liver disease. And I think it's important to say that, because at some point, as you said, if the governor gives us direction to have staff come back, but the disease is still there, this group of students and employees, I think, have to be accommodated. And we always have to understand that as we ease the stay-at-home orders, more people will have the chance of getting sick and dying, especially this group. So I hope whatever decision we make, and as Ashley, the SBTA president said, the committee can be involved. I'm all for that. But the committee and everyone should understand, if you bring people back, there's a chance they're going to get the virus, and it could have dire effects, especially on this group. So I hope, I'm not going to be in those meetings, I'm sure, but when you guys meet, I hope that everyone does not lose sight of this group, because everybody that I happen to know that has heart disease or happens to be obese or has diabetes, I love them to death. And I don't think it's worth them dying for us to be able to come back to school. So I think if we're going to come back to school, we have to make special provisions for this group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tillman. And I believe Dr. Flores now? Mm-hmm.
Right. Thank you, Madam President. Danny, I totally agree with you. We have to have really strict guidelines governing when we do, because I do want the kids to have a graduation ceremony, but we really we don't know when. And, we don't know when the vaccine will be available. We don't know. I know the governor has a 4-step plan, and major gatherings. are the very last thing, and we're just barely on one, I think, on two. So moving towards two. So that's a point. And thank you, Ms. Bardier, for your presentation on the virtual celebration. I'm just asking Dr. Volkemer, is that a recommendation that the board has to approve, or are you, is it already in play? Because a lot of students did not want it, and yes, some of them do, and I'm glad to hear that it's volunteer. So that's one point. And then the other point is, it's clear that even though you sent a letter to all the seniors, they're not clear on the options. So there needs clarification, related to that. And so that's that point. For Mr. Vatier, thank you for all the work that you're doing. You guys are doing tremendous work. I've been asked by many community members and also kids related to hotspots. They don't know, are they in? I know we ordered a lot of hotspots. They're asking, are they in? How do we get them? Teachers as well. So I'd like for him to respond to that. Dr. Volkemer, and then Eric. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. So the answer to your first question is we want to do as much as we can for our seniors. We know that they're missing out on some traditional end of year activities, and our hearts are with them through that. So the virtual celebration is in addition to an in-person graduation. It's just a matter of timing at this point. We did not want to see our seniors leave us in June without doing something for them. So this is something that will be voluntary. They don't have to participate. We're going to encourage them to participate because we want to fuss on them a little bit. So that again, it goes back to the spirit of doing as much as we can. A second letter will go out. I mentioned this earlier this evening. A second letter will go out to clarify as best we can that there will be an in-person graduation, time to be determined, and there will be a virtual celebration. If you'd like to participate, we'd love to have you.
And I also, board, I would like to recommend, I don't know how much it would cost, but Redlands Unified School District Board approved buying all their seniors their yearbook. So I wonder if we could cost that out and see if that's feasible for us to do. I think that was a very kind gesture on behalf of their board to give them, because of, COVID 2020, it's just something, something from our hearts to them. Could you please cost that out for us, for all our seniors?
Sure. Okay. We'd be glad to.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Vatier.
Yeah, Dr. Flores, and thank you for the compliment. The team's been working around the clock to keep stuff moving, so we appreciate the acknowledgement on that. For our students, they can contact our cyber tech hotline for anything related to devices, hotspots, and this is the one-stop shop so that we can get them service, and that number is 866-223-8685. And that's for cyber tech. And any of our staff can call our staff help desk, which is at our IT department, which is 909-888-4357. And we'll work to help them as best we can.
I didn't hear the last two numbers.
That number again is 909-888-4357.
57.
And the hotspots are in, they're coming in slowly, and we do have a list of students, and we are prioritizing to get those into the hands of students first, and we're taking individual cases with staff members on an individual basis as they call in.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll be sure to let them know. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I think we ought to do the graduation as soon as practically possible. And of course, with all the precautions in place that our state will certainly be providing to us. And I'd just like to see us do it, even if it's July, great, do it in July and keep appropriate social distancing, etc. Rather do it sooner than later, because you'll obviously lose more if you did it, say, during the Thanksgiving holiday or Christmas holidays, and even if you had to extend it to 2021, and walk with the 2021 class. I'm hoping we wouldn't have to postpone it and defer it that long. But I think as soon as practically possible, we should do it. And that's my comment on that. I think with the virtual graduation, have we thought of, I didn't really get any, much details about what that might entail. But have we thought about like maybe doing a 5-second or so clip of each student, each senior that wished to participate, and you could kind of sort them by name and have them available for the entire senior class to have as a lasting memento. I mean, I kind of wish I had my classmates say what they were ever going to say in 5 seconds. At my high school graduation, all dressed up in the gowns today. That'd be a really kind of neat memento. So those kinds of thoughts, I don't know if we put that together about what we might actually do for a virtual graduation. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gallo. And I believe that's all the board comments now. We'll move to the next presentation in the slide.
That's me. Good evening, board. So as I start to talk about the physically distanced schooling, or as we're referring to it as PDS, first I want to assure the board that we will not move or enact any plan until we are clear with the state of California and following the governor's orders. So the physically distancing schooling plan that we are starting is so that we are prepared for when we are ready to go back. We know that the board is going to be discussing possibly changing our calendar start date. So as you listen to what I will be sharing tonight, keep in mind, this is getting us ready for when we do go back, what that will need to look like to make sure that everybody is safe, students, staff, and everyone who is engaging in our schools. Next slide. So today was our first day where we brought together a very large internal stakeholder group. And what I shared with them is our overarching challenge, and there's 4 parts to it. We need to design learning environments that keep our students and staff healthy and physically safe. That's first and foremost. That is the reason why we are all following stay-at-home orders. And so we need to make sure when we bring people back that we continue to keep people safe. We need to adhere to our governor's executive order on physically distancing guidance, and that is changing and evolving. And so planning for it and being nimble enough that we can be responsive to it is important to this work. We need to, of course, provide for high quality learning experiences for all of our students. And that has to be part of the planning of this and making sure that that can happen. And finally, we need to make sure that we provide safe and accessible working conditions for our staff. So those are our challenges as we work to prepare to bring students back in whatever format that might look like, and the staff that serves them. Next slide. And so as I mentioned, a little over 60 people came together today for about almost 2 hours of a virtual planning meeting. You can see that it is a cross-divisional team of experts, educational experts, and our staff that really helps keep our schools safe and secure. So we've got leads from our district departments, we've got union representation, all 4 union groups have been invited. We have many principals at different levels, elementary, middle, and high school, because of course this is going to look different at each level, and so we need their voices as part of it. And then what we will be doing, we will be consulting with our local health experts. They will not be part of the internal planning team, but we will reach out to them to make sure that whatever we plan is in alignment with what is needs to keep, whatever is in alignment to keep our students and our staff safe and healthy. So that's the internal team. Next slide. The approach and the work, so the communication flow. So you can see the internal team, and that's the planning team. So we will have team leads. I will share what those team leads will be doing in the later on in the presentation, and then they will interface with our incident management team. So we need to make sure that those that work is flowing. Then once we get an initial plan done, then we're going to share that initial plan with our parent advisories and our student advisories so that we can get input and consideration, because as well as a plan may be developed, our parents and our students always give us additional thoughts to consider. We'll take those considerations back to the internal team, and we will refine it and design data-driven systems and monitoring systems so that when we put the plan in place, we know how to monitor it, what we're looking for, and how to make improvements. The internal team will update our cabinet on a regular basis. The internal team will receive recommendations for improvement, and the internal team will interface with the budget committee, because that work needs to be going on simultaneously and in alignment. And then updates to the board will be coming on a regular basis. So that's the flow of communication and the flow of the work. So we go large, our teamwork, to a larger group, back to team, to cabinet, and to board. Next slide. So we're doing this work in 4 phases, board. It is quite the elephant to take on. And so the first phase is what we're calling sense making. We're really trying to figure out what are the best practices nationally and internationally around schools that have started coming back together, and then what are they doing? So what does that look like? We're gathering that information, just started today, as I shared. And it's a very aggressive timeline. We're hoping by February, May 22nd, we will have developed common language, guiding principles, and a collective understanding about what a physically distanced learning environment would look like, and how do we make that happen, and develop categories for our work groups. So that's phase 1, sense making. It's really us researching, finding out what's happening nationally, internationally, working with our health agencies, all of that, just so that when we move forward to change policies or refine procedures, that we are doing that with the most up-to-date information. Next slide. Today, as I shared, the internal stakeholder group, we already pulled together what our collective wisdom was, and we came up with 9 work groups that we're going to dig deeper into. So you can see the list of work groups on here. One group specifically will look at the classroom learning environment. That really has to do with the scheduling, how many children in a space. There's a lot around that. We have a very large and robust team that will be looking at that. We have another team that's going to work through safety, specifically for cleanliness. We've got a team that will be looking at wellness and social emotional learning and supports. Safety screening and physical health is a different team. So you know that there's already conversation out there about testing, and then checking for temperatures and those type of things. So we'll have procedures in place for that. The actual physical layout of a school, if any of you have gone to the grocery store lately, you know how that has changed. Imagine that we'll have something like that going on at our schools. We have a team that's going to look at our after school programs, and we're calling them parent support. So that kind of includes our CAPs, our sports, our extracurricular, and any kind of childcare that may need to happen depending on what comes out of team 1 around scheduling. We have a team that will look at transportation, because that will probably change as we think about maybe not having all children on campus at the same time and rotating schedules wherever we land there. We of course have a team that will look at the fiscal impact of all of this work, and then a team that will work on making sure that we have the ongoing training specifically around technology skills and access, but that team will interface with Ed Services and just make sure that that support is in place. So we just put these teams together today. We finished about 3 o'clock. They are, we've got the team leads that then are going to guide their smaller teams through the research phase of this. And again, we hope to have a solid framework of common language, an understanding by May 22nd, which then takes us to, next slide, phase 2. So phase 2 is preparing us for the opening of the school year. And so we'll take all that learning that we gathered in phase 1 in those work groups, and we're going to look at existing policies, protocols, and structures or procedures that either need to be refined. And when I say policies, these are not specific board policies. These are internal administrative regulations and those type of policies that may need to be refined so we can open our schools with physically distancing in mind, or even develop policies. And so that's going to be the work from after May 22nd until, I'm saying, Friday, July 10th, and it really depends on our first day of school. If our school year gets pushed back a little bit, that gives us a little bit more of a window. But either way, we will be ready before school starts. So again, phase 2 is looking at existing policies, procedures, protocols, refining and or developing based off of what we learned in phase 1. Next slide. After that, we will have phase 3 and phase 4. So phase 3 is early implementation. So those teams that I shared, we're going to have them develop what are called feedback loops or data points that they'll be measuring and determining how to improve and refine the overall system. So if they said there was going to be a refinement of policies, protocols, and structures, how are we going to monitor that that actually worked? And what are we going to do? And when are we going to refine that? So the anticipated completion around that is Wednesday, September 30th, allowing enough time for the policy, procedure, or systems to be in place, but not too much time. We need to be responsive so that, again, staff and students stay safe and healthy, and we're still providing high quality learning experiences. And then stage 4 is the full implementation. Again, the timeline varies depending on our first day of school, but we will be monitoring and being responsive so that we can change policies, protocols, and structures based off information that we get from the schools. Next slide. And so this is just a visual board to explain how these teams will work. So when you see policy on the side, again, this is not board policy. There may be one policy that we'll bring to the board because we do need to have a written physical distance policy. So that will be the one official board policy, or perhaps it'll be a resolution that will come forward. But this is really just a visual of how the teams will work. So the district in this visual is the internal stakeholder team. And they, as I shared, we're learning what we need to do, and we will determine what policies, procedures, and protocols need to be in place. That team will practice a plan, do, study, act model. So they'll plan, they'll put it into place at the schools. They will study it, meaning they'll look at the feedback loops to determine what needs to change. And what happens at the school then informs the district. So you see how it's a cycle of inquiry. The district puts the policy in place, so the district team does that. The schools put it in place. We monitor to see how it's working, and then what we get from our schools then comes back up to our district team to make those changes in stages, phases 3 and 4. So that is our plan right now. Also, board, as part of phase 2, we anticipate that there will be parents who will not be ready to send their children back to school, even if we push the start date back. They're just going to be a little hesitant. And so there will be what we'll call an alternative path for those families so that we do not lose those families, so that their children and therefore our children continue to learn, but that the family has another option. And so we will have that as part of phase 2 as well. And we'll work with Ed Services on that side of it. And that is where we're at this very moment with our physically distancing plan.
Thank you, Dr. Menares. And we have comments from Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Menares. Great presentation. You know, the thing that scares me about the presentation that is so good. You know, when we see graphs and these pictures, it just makes it seem like everything's under control. My concern is this. I bought me a convertible. It's a 2015 convertible, black on black Corvette. It's a beautiful car. And I live on a cul-de-sac, and I have a kindergartner and 2 first graders. And they love that car more than me. They love to see the top go up and down. So when I come into the street on my way to my house, by the time I get to my garage and the door opens, those kids are in my garage. Now, they're not, 2 are related, another one's just a friend. Somebody didn't tell them about the whole social distancing. They don't have no mask on, and they come in to talk to me every day that I get home. and they're the cutest kids. So these are my little friends. Now I put my mask on, but they don't have a mask on. Now I know with this plan, you're gonna teach that kindergarten, the 2 first graders, how to social distance. I just don't see it. I mean, they're the most lovable kids in the world, but how do you tell a kindergartner and first graders how they're supposed to social distance? I don't get that part. But I will say, I say that to say the reason why I talked about the people who are at higher risk for severe illnesses, because as cute as that kid is, if they get too close to their 65-year-old teacher, that's going to be a problem. So I just hope that in the plan, we're realistic about telling people who are at higher risk. And as Mr. Eric Vitier says, if they're going home to a grandparent or somebody with asthma, somebody with diabetes, we need to make it clear that just because the governor says you come back in July, doesn't mean that it's totally safe for everybody. So I don't know how it's going to work. I really don't. But I really have a concern about being able to put these type of things into place, because I don't see my little buddies, the kindergarten and 2 first graders, being able to taught how to social distance. I just don't see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Yes, and I have a cautionary comment. Like Mr. Tillman says, these are all great plans, but it's a big but. COVID-19 is a contagious, highly contagious, and deadly disease. There's no social distancing that will prevent its spread if we're all together in a school classroom, in a schoolyard, in a lunchroom, in a staff meeting, or in a parent meeting. Like Danny says, you know, our little kids aren't going to know how to social distance. I think it's unrealistic that we even go back. I think we should be planning for continuing distance learning in the fall until we have a vaccine. We are all not safe. It is a deadly, contagious disease. And first of all, none of us have been tested. Some of us may be asymptomatic. And our kids don't know any of this protocol. And I don't care if you wear a mask, you know, they can take it off, you know, they can sneeze on you. It's just not safe, period. So I would rather side on the side of caution for, you know, the health of our teachers, our staff, our children, our parents, our families. And I don't think we're there yet. I really don't. And I also, in your graphs and stuff, I did not see where we had union input. We are legally bound by our labor contracts with our teachers union, with our classified employees, with our police. And those are contracts. Those are labor contracts. And it's not whether, you know, they recommend, they give recommendation. They have to be at the table, seriously at the table in terms of decision making. I didn't see any of that in there. And so I'm you know,
Dr. Flores, they're part of the internal team. They were on the one slide that I showed the internal team. We've got all 4 of our union groups.
Yeah, I know that's that. They're there, but I'm talking about labor contracts. I'm talking about legal contracts that we have negotiated with them.
Right. Sure.
Those
that and that's why we include them, right? Because we would not want to go against our contracts. So anything that may need to be changed, if we have to move forward with this, we would do the side letters and all of that appropriate work.
Well, I think their negotiations are very key. And I also believe that what Danny said, so the governor moves to step 4, but you know, we have one of the highest death rates and you know, disease, COVID victims, and all over the state of California. I mean, we would just breed more victims of the disease. So I just want to caution us. We have to be really, it's a deadly disease. Yeah. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Flores. And Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, and I just saw Dr. Keenan Mitchell's comment with regarding continued distant learning, preparing for distant learning for next school year. That's good to note, only because parents that are listening, that's one of their main concerns is what is going to happen the next school year, and offering that option for parents. Thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Mitchell. I do want to ask regarding, what was mentioned earlier. Many of our students live with their grandparents. Many of them, their grandparents are their guardians, as well as many of our students that actually have a grandparent or someone that's elderly, someone that's vulnerable at their home. So we have to be mindful of that. So when we end up coming back to school, what that really looks like. I'm glad that we're thinking of different options, and I think that's going to continue in the next presentation as we talk about the next school calendar year as well. So thank you so far, Dr. Monares.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe those are all the board comments thus far. Was that the conclusion of your presentation, Dr. Monares?
That is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board. It's my pleasure to provide data updates related to childcare and bullying cases, as well as information related to student participation in distance learning. As we begin putting plans together to provide learning in a distanced approach, our teams began developing mechanisms for tracking student participation. In the physical setting, it's pretty straightforward to determine if a student is in attendance and participating. But in our new setting, this becomes nebulous. As is typical in our district, we gathered input from teachers and administrators to determine how participation would be defined. As a result of that collaboration in SBCUSD, student participation is defined as, but not limited to, online discussions in Google Meets, online written participation in Google Classroom, completed assignments either via packets or online, and response to teacher email. The other piece that we had to consider was capturing participation. And for this, we opted to use multiple formats, which allow us to gather a full picture of student participation and the manner in which they are participating, accounting for both the online learning as well as students that are learning via learning packets. The weekly tracking involves teachers monitoring participation, both the online and packet participation. Teachers log student participation status into Aries, similar to how they would have traditionally taken attendance prior to March 13th. We are also using reports generated through Google that monitor daily Google Classroom usage. Next slide, please. This graph shows the percentage of students who participated each week. This is our first glance at the data. And while we see a slight downtick in participation from week 1 to week 2, the data that we have for week 2 is a much truer depiction of participation. As reporting occurred for week 1, we had quite a few teachers that did not report student participation. We had some glitches with some of the technology, but as we moved into week 2, those kinks got worked out, and our data now captures a more complete picture of the percentage of students that are actually participating via packets or online. Next slide, please. The information on this slide provides an overview of the online student participation. There are some limitations to this data that we are working through. One of those being the delay in reporting on Google's end. There is a 2-day delay, which accounts for our reporting only being through April 30th. We feel that through the use of weekly Aries data and daily Google information, we have a strong handle on students that are participating and those that are not. This is really the why behind all of our efforts, really capturing the students who have not been engaged. And this information is being used to make contact with students and their families to identify and address barriers that may exist to participation. Schools are the primary point of contact with our families, and they are doing a variety of things to engage or re-engage families and students. Our school counselors, at the request and direction of our site leaders and site teams, are hosting support groups for parents, helping them to set up structures for learning in their homes. And all of our schools have a system for calling and checking in with students that have not been participating or are participating inconsistently. Our next slide, please. My last slide is a brief update of the childcare data and open bullying cases. Our efforts around childcare have helped 33 families find the childcare needed. You will also notice that the number of available spaces have stabilized in response to the general need. As for the bullying data, we have one new case and the team has been deployed to address that. Please note that the team has continued to work on closing cases that were open prior to March 13th. Board, that concludes my update for you this evening, and Dr. Mitchell will now share information related to distance learning.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Board, just another update on where we are with distance learning, including our work groups. As you know, initially we formed 5 work groups to scope out this tremendous amount of work to transition us to a distance learning model. Those groups, again, as typical in our district, involve our relevant union groups as it relates to distance learning and Google Classroom. They continue to be involved as we've restructured 5 groups into 4. You'll see we still have a group working on professional learning to address the needs of teachers teaching in an online environment. Number 2, curriculum supports to support teachers in developing lessons that are standards-based and Common Core aligned, using our existing structures around resources around curriculum guides and scope and sequences. And so that's still happening. As I alluded to earlier, these groups are continuing to meet VASTA teams to plan through the end of first semester for next year. So that'll take us to second semester after January, and we'll keep it going if we need to. We've also recommended groups start looking into innovation, that even when we do physically distance schooling, which will, to Dr. Menard's point, there'll be some form of that when we actually do get back in school. But there are also some virtual aspects and some online teaching that we would want to continue to allow kids more opportunities for enrichment, opportunities for dual enrollment with colleges and so on and so forth. So we're taking away a lot of learnings. We're taking away a lot of opportunities to expand our work and enrich in our work, as well as give extended opportunities for our kids. The group number 3 will always be an ongoing issue, of course, with devices, internet access, and remote troubleshooting. I'd like to thank Mr. Vatier and his team, very responsive to the needs of our kids. Dr. Hill, the information you sent me earlier today about students, we've already made contact with them. And I've sent several things to Vatier and the team, and we're just finding very responsive, highly responsive activity as it relates to our parents and kids. So number 4, around high school seniors, that data obviously involves all of our high school principals and high school teachers and other folks relevant to that. Their biggest issues right now, as you just heard, is virtual graduation. Linda is working closely with Dr. Venkatesan and high school principals around creating a meaningful virtual online experience for our celebration for our kids. And I will reinforce again, so that our public hears, that it's not in lieu of, but is in addition to an in-person graduation when allowable. They're also working on summer school. We got summer school fastly approaching. We want to ensure that our credit deficient seniors graduate. So that's the biggest on our radar right now, as well as a variety of other issues specifically related to high school. Next slide, please. Okay, so just some emerging things. We just want to share what's coming out. We've been doing distance learning for a few weeks now, and how we're responding to the evolving needs of our teaching staff and support staff as it relates to distance learning. Number 1, of course, there's all these add-ons and apps and integration pieces that teachers are asking about. It's been a huge flood for us. Teachers are excited and digging in and finding different and new ways to do things. Of course, that involves apps and other integrated applications. So we're trying to help teachers sort through that, which ones are appropriate, which ones are not. Of course, there's a lot of third-party kind of apps out there that we have to be concerned about with data sharing, and so we're working through that. Of course, our earliest learners in terms of online program, well, those teachers and parents and students need support. I know that the Family Engagement Center is working hand in hand with Ed Services from a curriculum as well as a parent engagement and parent support part, because obviously parents got to be highly involved with any distance learning model related to TK, pre-K, preschool, and all the way up probably to second grade at least. Of course, we talked about scope and sequence. This is what to teach, when to teach, and making sure that is aligned to the Common Core state standards. Our people have begun scoping that out going through the summer and into first semester for next year. Through all of this, our educators are creating tremendous resources, and we've created an educator digital library in which we will have a repository with all of these resources and that our people are creating, so that they're easy to get to and easy to learn from. And then, of course, as our teachers get better at Google Classroom, they want to dig in higher. So now we're offering advanced coursework and differentiated coursework with cool stuff that teachers can do once they got the basics down. So that's where we're headed there. Next slide. Just wanted to give you an update on the learning bundles. Remember, the learning bundles involve student workbooks, readers, supplies, crayons, those kinds of things for our youngest learners. Those kids we've sent out 1,780 bundles for preschool kids and over 8,100 bundles for TK, kinder, and first grade kids. The 2 through 6 that you see there, the 931, those are kids who have opted out or not able to get online for whatever reason, and so those kids are being supported with grade level workbooks across all the subjects, and so we're working through that. And in terms of learning packets, again, through the 6th through 12th grade, we've only had 27 requests, and that's all at middle school. We've had none from high school at this point, but again, our folks are continuing to, our leaders and teachers will continue to bring kids to Dr. Perez's point, kids to our radar that for whatever reason or whatever barrier or even choice are not online. And so we're finding ways to reach those kids to board. So what we wanted to do is assure the board, making all efforts to get kids connected online, as well as efforts just to get kids connected to their schools. Next slide. Next slide. There you go. It's moving a little slow. There you go. Again, this is our high school senior report. I went over a little bit of this. These are 3 biggest issues right now, is making sure that our high school kids are knowing and without a shadow of a doubt that when we say kids are held harmless as of March 13th, that does not get you more credits that you need to graduate. So we wanted to make sure we're hammering that message in place, that really is a K-8 kind of dynamic, where right now it's really enrichment. As you know, you need credits to graduate. You need courses, A to G coursework pass to get into our UC and CSU systems. And then we're also planning the virtual graduation. And then we're building summer school. As I presented a couple of weeks ago, we are really trying to innovate this year, given the dollars. We're hoping that we can square this away, but we believe that we're gonna experience some learning loss. So, board, to be clear, that online education cannot totally replace being in class. Human beings learn with interaction and learn best when they're able to relate with one another. That's how the human brain learns. Online education is strong, can be strong, and can be a strong piece for that. But we believe we're going to experience some learning loss, and so we want to try to make up for some of that as kids matriculate from 8th grade to 9th grade, and trying to get those. So we want to offer summer school for all our 8th graders to do English, math, study skills, as well as a coursework on wellness, pathways, and A to G. We want our 8th graders to be experts in A to G as they transition to 9th grade, as well as their parents. Next slide. And so, our next steps, again, we talked about this a little bit, is building formative assessments. When we were in school, we had a menu of formative assessment to gauge progress towards standards with our kids. Of course, now in a distance learning environment, we're not getting that data, and we're also not going to do the state tests. And so our teams are working on ways to gauge learning as it relates to the Common Core. We also are trying to integrate Google Classroom into Aries gradebook. So the good thing that's come out of this is that Aries and Google Classroom talk well together. So teachers won't have to double enter, so to speak, and then also parents have access to Aries gradebook. So now there's a better integration. As you know, board, you've wanted for many years to increase parent use of Aries gradebook, but that also takes teacher participation, as you know, and so we believe that this is going to be a big step toward that end. Of course, we got Google Forms using surveys and quizzes. Google is great for that. You saw an example of that with Ms. Bardier's survey about the virtual graduation. We're able to get quick data. We're able to ask questions of a lot of people. And now that all of our kids are online in some way, we actually have a much better way to get data from our kids. Screencasting, we're learning more about that. That's where teachers can record themselves and screen and share their screen and so on and so forth. And so, as I said earlier, that our teachers are getting much more proficient in Google Classroom, and their needs are evolving, and we're trying to keep up with our teachers right now and provide the supports in terms of professional learning that we need to provide. I think that's the last slide. Next slide. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Mr. Gallo?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Hey, I might have missed that, but do you have any indication of participation rates, student participation rates?
Yes, Dr. Perez just went through all of that, so I'll send that.
Yeah, like maybe the average, say elementary, middle, and high, or something.
Maybe we display, David. Maybe display the PowerPoint once again back up to Lorraine's part, so Lorraine can walk through that.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's the chart. Yeah, I couldn't read it with the colors.
Okay, sorry. So we see overall, Mr. Gallo, 83.9% last week. That's the district average. Down to 82.9% this week, and I explained that that was a result of truly better data collection. We had some teachers, for technology reasons, they weren't able to put in their attendance or their participation. And I will note that this is actually above what we're finding in other districts, and I'll give some background to that.
Yeah, so really good.
LA Unified has reported something less than 60% of their students participating. And so I want to qualify that because in this kind of nebulous time, everybody was able to determine how they define participation. So some people are taking attendance daily. You see that we're doing kind of a hybrid where we're actually having teachers account for their participation weekly. And that's happening that way in our district because, as you can imagine, the format in which students are learning is different. So I'll give you a secondary scenario. If I'm a 10th grade teacher and I'm meeting with my students on a Tuesday and giving them an assignment, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to see them on Wednesday, but they are having interaction with them because of the way that the schedules got set up. So our high schools may have had, and I'm taking this as a generalization, may have decided to have first and second period on Monday, third and fourth period on Tuesday, fifth and sixth period, so on and so forth. So rather than taking attendance daily and having false negatives, indicators that students aren't participating when they actually are, we went to a weekly attendance. And so that's the result of that you see in front of you. I will share that our team is done some amazing work, and this is IT and our positive youth development, IMT. There's been a lot of collaboration around this, looking at what are other districts doing around attendance. And so there's a couple that we are following, some in Florida, a couple more local that are tracking attendance the same way that we are. And we are tracking on par or above those districts. Our next go at this, Mr. Gallo, will be pulling the data from our surrounding districts. Our team is already working on that now, just to see what, how are our efforts paying off for us. We've done a lot around getting devices out to students, hotspots, and all of these personal touches. So what is that return on that time investment that we're giving? So we'll be sharing more of that in detail.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you. I didn't know if that was the last presentation. I
believe it is.
Okay. I want to thank you, Madam President. I just want to say to the cabinet and to the team, what an awesome job. And I'm taking notes, and I learn from you every time you make a presentation. And we know you're not there. We know there are still a few bumps in the road, but you're speeding up. You're no longer going 30 miles an hour. You're up to about 55 now. So that's real good and moving in the right direction. So I commend you and your task force for the work you are doing. I just have, of all the presentations, I believe I have 3 areas I'm concerned with, and then 1 recommendation. And Mr. Batir, I don't know if this is for you or Dr. Menarez, on when we physically return to school, will there be a mechanism in place for every staff member to get tested? Because we know we have a lot of people who are working in our districts with some illnesses. Not anything that require them to retire, but they will be there, and we certainly do not want to put them in a compromising health positions. So is there going to be some type of arrangement that every district employee will be tested for the virus?
So Dr. Hill, I'll make an attempt to respond to that. As we look at our procedures, our protocols, and our systems, we will definitely have a process by which we are testing our staff and our students, and then being able to do the tracing and then the isolation as needed. We do not have that defined at this moment, but that will be part of what phase 2 of the plan will look like. And so that's why our collaboration with our local experts will be so important in this work.
Thank you so much. So Eric, that takes you off the hook. And my next question is for Ms. Badir. Thank you for your presentation. And I like the idea that there will be choices, because whereas we'll have a number of students who will be leaving the area to go to college, there will also be a number of students going into the military, and they just can't come back to a graduation whenever they want to. And so at least there'll be something in place for everybody. So even though it might be voluntary, I would like to ask all the seniors, and we're talking about 3,000 seniors, to be a part of the virtual celebration, not graduation, but celebration, so that there will be something there for you. And I just want to make a suggestion, and it's not original because I saw where Mayor Warren put it on a marquee in Fontana, but perhaps on one of those big marquees down by the 66 Stadium, we can announce our graduates and show some of their photos there as people go up and down the 215. And that's, you don't need to respond, that's just a suggestion. But I just want to thank you so much. I really enjoyed listening to all of you, and I learned from all. And I really support our parents and our students. It's always good to hear from them. And whereas we don't want to shortchange anybody, and as someone with a condition that I can't be around young people. I get many of those things that Mr. Tillman talked about, including age, obesity, some of the other conditions. But I know there's some others of you who also have some things. So, but at any rate, we're gonna all stay healthy, and we need to be healthy for our students. But at any rate, I just hope our parents and our graduates understand that anything we could have done to have prevented this, we would have. And yes, I noticed in one of the comments from the parents or the students, we do give a shout out to Miss Ortiz and Miss Lopez for what they're doing with having students adopted. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And now Ms. Rosales Medina.
All right, thank you for the presentation. I do want to ask Dr. Mitchell, you mentioned that at the end of the day, online and virtual learning, it takes away or it doesn't replace the in-person classrooms. I just want to make sure that we're mindful that, you know, we see colleges, we see community colleges as well as universities offer full degrees pertaining to virtual learning. I'm not saying that that's the whole direction. And when you look at charter schools, I see that they have that distance learning already in place. And I guess for us, we don't want to fully discard that as the option for families out there. This is going to bring a great opportunity for us to improve in our skills when it comes to virtual classes. I know many years ago, it was part of the discussion on how to create our own virtual academy or school. And I think this could be used for those families out there that don't not necessarily go to another district or another charter school, but using that within our own school district as an option. So I just want to make that comment that virtual classes or even degrees can be done all online if we kind of adjust it, that will benefit our students. Another piece is regarding headphone sets, microphones. Is that something that we also distribute for our students? I know I had spoken with, and I wanted to thank the Teamsters who made the public comment regarding the school supplies. But I think it was a conversation of what happens when students are at home and they don't have the luxury like many families may have, where they have the space dedicated to studying and learning. Is there a way, or is there something that we're doing with regarding headphone sets and that they can both speak through and listen at the same time, that can kind of mute outside noise?
So thank you for asking, Abigail. I'll look into that. I don't have the answer to that, but I will definitely look into that. And if that's not something that we're already doing, I don't want to make an assumption, but let me look into it and I'll get back to you. In fact, my team will probably text me right now, so I'll put it in the chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, I just want to note that we had part of the discussion having a virtual academy or kind of like a school. The plan was gonna be at Indian Springs High School. If we can bring that conversation back into light now that we're in this situation, in providing that opportunity for our students and families out there.
Yes, we already have plans to continue our virtual high school and continue even concurrent and dual enrollment as well. So yes, thank you. We will definitely bring some more information back to you when kids get back. That's what I was saying earlier. When kids get back in the session, we'll continue a lot of parts of our distance learning, including the virtual high school. Remember a couple of weeks ago, I talked about our this is improving our ability to compete with some of the other offerings out there and retain some of our kids as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that I noted the difference. One is that high schools can do this with concurrent enrollment and so forth, but I'm actually talking about a location where we can have virtual online learning and where students are able to do that instead of necessarily having that typical classroom, traditional classroom environment. Just want to make sure that I note that difference between. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tillman.
Yes, to the question that Abigail had pertaining to headphones, Dr. Mitchell, there's a place called Mono Price. You can get headphones for like $2.50 a set. and they're great headphones. Monoprice.com.
And got it. And we definitely look into it. I just my team just informed me that we have not been giving out headphones, and so we'll look into that. Thank you for the recommendation.
Yes, check out monoprice.com. The other thing, in terms of the military and the students who graduate who are going to the military, for Ms. Rogers, I've been on the school board for 25 years, and over those years, I've seen a number of people who missed their graduation because they went to the military. And Dr. Volkemer can attest to this. Some of them may have been away for 50 years, but when they get to come back to the graduation and celebrate with the existing class, they are very excited. So I want to give an open invitation right now to all graduating 2020 seniors that are going to the military, and let them know that they'll be able to participate in a graduation at their school whenever they're available. So it may not be the graduation that we do for this class immediately, but we definitely will ensure that they participate in a graduation anytime they want to. We'll give them an open invitation. Of course, if I get 3 other board members to go along with that, I think it'd be a good idea. And then last, I gotta shut my door. The folks are vacuuming. Hold on a second.
Oh my God.
And then last, on the subject of the distance learning, I want to commend Dr. Mitchell, his team, and Eric Vertier, everybody that's worked on that. And I think you're going to find that we're doing better than surrounding districts because we have the infrastructure in place already. Because we've been giving out Chromebooks to so many students, it's not new to us. I read all the time about districts that are fighting to find hotspots, fighting to find devices, and then they're starting from scratch on rolling that out. Because we've been doing it so long, it's not new to us. When you mentioned that company that's providing the technical support and that 1-800 number that parents can call, that is amazing. But we started doing that how long ago, Dr. Mitchell? 3 or 4 years ago, we did the hotline?
5 years. Almost 5 years
ago. We've been doing the hotline, so we just expanded it. So you're going to find that we're doing a whole lot better with distant learning and our students having devices than surrounding districts because we've been doing it for so long. But I still want to congratulate you on that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores? Dr. Flores, you might be muted.
I was, and I couldn't get it up because there's some texting going on down below. Anyway, can you put that slide up for all the packets, Doctor, or who's doing that? I wanted to see all those.
Yeah, David, go ahead and put the
slide up of all the packets that were.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Okay, that was that. And then there was another one, right? Where it was said 10,000, or is that all of them?
Yes.
Well, I wanted to commend all of the workers, all the employees that did this. I'm sure it took them forever. What did it take, 2 or 3 weeks, Dr. Mitchell?
You know, I think Eric could probably answer that better, but I know it was a significant lift.
Right. It's a really incredible, especially for our TK, kinder, and first graders. That's wonderful because they're, so little, they don't know how to work on a computer and so forth. And then our preschool, that was wonderful. And I think there was another one. I think I saw one for middle school and high school. Is there another slide, David? Yes. No, that was the only slide? Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to thank the employees that put all those packets together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Okay, board, thank you. I don't see any other comments at this time. So again, thank you to the team. Great job. It's just more, it's getting better each time. We know it's a huge lift and it's new, but especially the slide that showed the percentages of, who you're reaching. That's important. We've looked at numbers in other areas, and they're fluctuating and still trying to get in touch with students. But I know you guys are definitely making the effort to reach out. And I know parents are calling all of us, and we give that information to Dr. Volkermer, and who's been missed is picked up instantly. So we appreciate that and applaud all the efforts of the entire team. We are now moving to item 9.2, board update. Is that correct? Yeah.
We're ready when you are, Madam
Yep,
President?
we are ready.
Okay, so board, we're going to address what we call the challenge born of the crisis. We have had a crisis, pandemic, and now we're facing a new challenge because of that. You're going to hear about the effect of coronavirus on our state budget and state economy. And anytime there's a hit to the economy, it translates to school financing, and we're certainly no stranger to that. And so I'm going to turn it over to Janie, who's going to give you a budget update.
Good evening, everyone. Many of the slides you saw at the last board meeting, but we want to continue to communicate with our stakeholders the potential impact to our district of COVID. Next slide, please. So as you're aware, and we're reading in the papers and hearing around the world, the economic impact as a result of the COVID pandemic. So go ahead, next slide. So some of the economic updates, we have over 30 million unemployment claims across the United States. Our GDP fell at 4.8%, which is the worst drop since 2008. And economists expect the current quarter will bring a scale of contraction unseen since the Great Depression, 30% or more. Next slide. We've heard from the Department of Finance, we've heard from the Legislative Analyst Office that to expect at least at a minimum that we'll have the same revenues this year as next year as this year, that the state will be focusing their priorities on COVID-19 related costs, wildfire prevention, and homelessness funding. So that would mean no COLA. It could actually mean a negative COLA, but we don't have the May revise yet or the final August budget. It was mentioned earlier that we are eligible for some federal relief. We noted on a website that we should receive about $25.9 million to help offset the increased cost for distance learning and other items. Probably we calculate about $1.5 million of this will go to the private schools within San Bernardino City Unified as part of the title allocation. So in August, the legislature has talked about allowing for adjustments in August to our budget because of the delay to the tax receipts. As you know, the income taxes do not have to be filed till July 15th. So we have to be prepared as we move into our adopted budget, as well as being flexible once the legislature comes back and talks about the economy and the impact to the state in August. Next slide. And this is just a repeat. Agencies and departments, this is from the Department of Finance, should have no expectation of full funding for either new or existing proposals and adjustments, except to support emergency responses to COVID. Next slide. So the legislative analysts had a hearing, they were part of a hearing, and they talked about the job loss and abrupt halting of economic activity. And they talked about two scenarios that we could have, we're experiencing a sharp downturn. We could have that depressed level, they call it a U-shape of activity persisting for some period of time, and then followed by a pronounced recovery. So we want that pronounced recovery as soon as possible. There's also the possibility that there could be a very slow resolution to the virus and inadequate federal fiscal stimulus, and leading to a protracted recession with high unemployment rates. So we are just, as they note here, that the recovery will likely depend on the trajectory of the virus itself. Next slide. At second interim, we knew as we've reached full funding in LCFF and our cost outpaced the increase in revenues, even with the COLA, that we were facing a $15 million need to reduce our expenditures in the upcoming year and another 6.7 million the following year. Next slide. Based on what our early projections, we see that number in this upcoming year growing to almost $36 million. And we don't have enough information for the multi-year yet. We'll have that in May 14th after the governor's release. Next slide. Folks may ask, how do you get to 35.7? Well, we showed a $15 million need with our COLA going to a zero, potentially going to a zero, that's another 12 million. And then also just the indication that there won't be additional funding. We were gonna receive money for special education because we're a low funded SELPA and some other one-time dollars that most likely will not materialize. Please keep in mind, these assumptions do not include any further impact if the state cuts us even further. Next slide. So our immediate actions, of course, is to do what, recognize all the savings from the early closure, because the savings will buy us time to look at the ongoing cuts that will need to be made over at least the next couple of years. We're going to limit contracts to outside vendors and allow only mission critical ones, freezing vacancies and backfilling critical positions with existing staff wherever practical. Wait for student enrollment to actualize before adding additional staff. So there's still conversations going on about when we come back to school, strictly adhering to those staffing ratios. And then for the long term, which isn't real long, but at least the next 6 months or so, we will have a budget committee to recommend ongoing reductions. We'll include all of our stakeholders. Dr. Perez has so graciously agreed to facilitate those meetings, and I'll be with her as we involve all of our stakeholders in making recommendations for the budget reductions. Through that, we'll do program evaluations of our programs and contracts and evaluate expenditure outliers compared to similar districts as part of our work. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mitchell.
Real briefly, board, the governor has given us a revised LCAP revision process. We're looking looking at adopting a budget and providing an overview by December 15th, 2020, suspending any kind of, we're not going into another 3-year summary. So we've just extended our revision process. We are, however, going to take the next 2 LCAP meetings to gather feedback. So that doesn't preclude us from gathering feedback and information on the LCAP as we go forward to inform our LCAP going forward. So thank you.
Next slide. This is Dr. Mitchell.
Sorry, guys. And also, just as an update, board, the last couple meetings, we had considerable conversation around where our police department was funded. We committed to holding a parent and advisory LCAP meeting. We invited all of our community partners, and during that meeting, we went through. Janie spent some time talking about the state budget and its impact on the district. We talked about the whole 139 or rounding up 140 million as we agreed to, and we said that we would continue. We would show going forward in all of our LCAP meetings. We would show all of these budgets. We did a overview of our distance learning as well as our English learner and special education support and all the resources available. We also included a presentation from our family engagement office as well, and Dr. Perez staff reviewed social learning, emotional learning resources. The reason that we did that is because, number one, most of these programs are funded by LCAP. Number two, most of the recommendations coming from our community-based groups center around family engagement and SEL type resources. and we wanted to just demonstrate how we've heard the feedback from them as well as our teachers and other stakeholders. And for a few years now, we've been expanding our supports for kids as it relates to SEL and mental health services. And so we wanted to get on the same page in terms of just showing what resources and activities that we're currently funding out of LCAP. Since then, the PowerPoint, the full LCAP budget has been posted on the website. And we have captured all of the, we had a large amount of chats. We've captured those chats, and we've also captured suggestions and feedback to us that was given to us on a Google form. And so we have all that data. We will host another meeting in May and another meeting in June where we'll invite all our general attendance. And so this past meeting, we had 60 people involved, and they were primary leaders of our community-based organizations. Our next two meetings will involve all of our, we're inviting all of our parent groups, both district and site. And we're going to focus on going through a little bit more closely with the police department and the supports that and the value that the police department is adding to our instructional systems. That was one of the major asks on the feedback we got, as well as go a little bit deeper on the family engagement office, as well as go a little bit deeper on the mental health supports and SEL supports through our district. So thank you. And we'll let you know those dates as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Next slide. And this board right now is the timeline. As you can see, we're awaiting the governor's May revise. There's some LCAP community information public hearing for the budget, the LCAP summary report. So the actual LCAP, as Dr. Mitchell discussed, will not be submitted till December, but there will be a report submitted to the board. We will be waiting for that August revised state budget as we move through the year, unaudited actuals, and then our first interim. And that ends our presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Christakos. And we have questions from beginning with Mr. Tillman.
Mr. Christakos, can we put up that slide with the $35 million number?
Sure. Right here? This one?
Right. Yeah. So first I want to start by saying, I think it's important that we reiterate when the gentleman that came out last week, one of the things that he said was some districts take all their money and put it into their LCAP. And I really think we'd be better off to treat the entire budget as LCAP, because then people will realize that all of the money in local control funding, it's because 90% of our kids are lower socioeconomics, we get the unduplicated extra money for that. Now, because we get the additional money, we spend it on a whole bunch of different other things. But I think it's important for us to say that over and over and over again. So what it comes down to is the district, along with its stakeholders, decides how to spend the money. But it's not because the money is restricted to be spent on one thing or another. The sooner we understand that, I think the better off we'll all be, and we're all in the same boat on how we're going to spend the money. But on this slide, does it factor in the $25 million from the CARES?
No, this slide does not, because we have yet to determine the increased cost for the distance learning. So we hope that we will utilize some of that to offset the CARES, but we don't have all the expenditures as well as the May revise yet.
Right. So I think as soon as possible that we and I know the CARES money is one time.
It's one time, and for some of those, the computers and the Wi-Fi and all of that. So
no, I understand that, and I think how many of the computers that we gave out, how many of them were iPads? Do you know what percentage?
You know, Eric has. I don't have it right with me.
We're gathering them.
We can get it to you.
Because I know the iPads would be a lot more, but if you get about 30,000 of the Chromebooks, it'd be about $9 million. So you still would have a substantial amount of money left over from the CARES. my only point is, even though it's one-time money, it's still going to benefit us because we have a lot of one-time things we spending money on in the district, but we're using ongoing money. So we could actually use those as leverage to say, in case we projecting to get less money, that those things will be eliminated before we will eliminate ongoing other costs. But
thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Yeah, and then have we got any closer, better numbers on what the projected ending balance is for this school year?
We've been spending a lot of time on it. So PO cutoff just occurred let's see, 2 weeks ago. There's still a number of requisitions in process. So it's just taking some time to work through that. And that's the dilemma right now as we're processing that.
And then looking at the money that usually comes in late, because if we can realize a ending balance that was more than what we were expecting, that would benefit us too.
That's exactly what we're trying to see is savings from the closure. So some things, we have some costs, but we also have some savings. All of that savings will help us weather this storm.
Right, and then historically, we always have a higher ending balance than what you guys project also. I'm just bringing that up so that we can put all of it on the table before we before we decide we have to make big cuts in areas that are going to hurt. So I guess maybe at some point you'll put together a budget committee and we'll be able to have a special meeting just to discuss that budget information.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores.
I just want to follow up with what Mr. Tillman also said. We don't know what the carryover will be as well. So that would offset some of the 35 million. We also will not get the May revise till May 14th. Is that correct, Ms. Christakos?
Yes, that's correct. It'll probably be the 14th, yes.
Right, and that's when Governor Newsom will state whether we're getting what is it? The can you put that back? The COLA, right? The COLA. And right now, what did it say that the COLA would be? I didn't.
So we heard that it would probably be 0%, and so that's.
But that's just hearsay. We still don't know until May 14th, correct?
It's a lot of information we're receiving from the finance and stuff. No, we won't know. I just don't want us to be at the last minute having the discussion because we have a short timeline to respond.
Because we may get some COLA as well. And then also, I would like you to find out with all the people retiring and not filling the vacancies, what savings we have there in terms of that, so that we can plan ahead. And also, I think that if we were to give, we should consider also looking at if we were to provide an early retirement incentive. I would like to know how much money we would save based on how many retirees, say 25, say 50 retirees, how much money we would save, and then bring in young teachers at a lower cost. It's usually half of what they make. I would like for that, Dr. Volkemer, to estimate what the amount of money that would be. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And we have Ms. Rosales Medina next. You might be on mute. Ms. Rosales Medina, I think you're on mute still. Did you hear me? She's speaking. Ms. Rosales Medina? There you go.
Okay, there. For some reason, it just didn't want to click out of mute. Okay, so then my comments is regarding, when looking at the budget, we have to, I know this was mentioned before, looking, of course, at innovation grants. looking at the coaching that we had, which was peer principal to principal. Look, we're going to be saving money on transportation. Looking at that, so there's so many areas that we can try to look at when it comes to, like how Mr. Tillman mentioned, one-time funding. So I will support a lot of these other measures, and well, another thing that we're going to be doing is freezing positions, and also I would consider freezing any other you know, contracts that don't necessarily they won't have to work, they won't be able to work with students directly right now, and looking at those type of grants right now. So just wanted to mention that to add.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Gallo?
Yes, I've got a question for Janie. The COLA is listed as an expenditure, but would there actually be an expenditure if it's a zero COLA? That just means
no. Our COLA was, I'm sorry, Mr. Gallo, the COLA was projected to bring in 12.1 million, and when it goes to zero, we lose 12 million.
No, but
in our projected.
You also don't have an expenditure, do you?
Yeah, we have lots of expenditures around the growth in our budget. So the COLA revenue offsets our step and column, our PERS and STIRS, and all the other expenditures. So the COLA is additional revenue that we anticipate we will not receive.
Okay, but a COLA is cost of living increase, right? I mean, that's what it stands for. So if it's zero, that just means people don't get a cost of living increase, doesn't it?
No, we have step and column, and we have PERS and statutory increases to PERS and STIRS. We have health and welfare that goes up. So there's increases built into that they get.
Right, but
regardless if we get a COLA.
You list that under COLA?
No, COLA helps pay for it, Mike. When we did the pay raises, we did it based on assuming we were going to get additional money into COLA, and that was going to help cover the pay raises.
So I guess I'm not really sure. I thought pay raises was independent of a COLA.
No.
Okay.
And remember, if you looked at the governor's projected budget in January, it was all roses, and that's when they came out with the COLA and all the additional funding. All that's changed now overnight, because since then you've had this virus. So now in May we're going to hear what the result is. Hopefully they'll go into the rainy day fund, which they have billions of dollars in that rainy day fund. Hopefully they'll give some up to schools.
Yeah, I would have thought that we would have COLA be whatever the actual COLA is, and it's not just rolled into a commitment to pay for something that we don't get a COLA for. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, the COLA's always been for a step and column, medical increases, and that's what it's supposed to be for, just for cost of living. Cost of living being the cost of living goes up, and the COLA is supposed to help you meet that cost of living.
Well,
not that you didn't think.
Those are calculated numbers, and they're officially published by Department of Labor standards and Bureau of Standards and Statistics, and those are actual by every geographic area in the United States. So I don't know.
But the state
obviously means something different than what it does in the private industry.
So, Mr. Gallo, that's a great point. The state can choose not to fund it.
Right.
So there is a specific calculation that determines the COLA, but when we get in these situations, they can even give us a negative COLA. They call it the unCOLA.
And the point is, you're going to have the cost associated with cost of living increases, but they don't have to give you the funding to meet those costs.
No, I understand. I'm just
then
saying,
becomes a cut.
I'm just saying in the real world, COLA is independent of a raise and stuff. It's dictated by whatever the actual number is.
The government is the real world also, Mr. Gallo.
Well, yeah, not from where I'm sitting.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Gallo, did you get your questions answered?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that concludes the update, right? And we are now at 9.3, our board discussion surrounding our school calendar. So we will open up this discussion as a board, and we can begin to have the long-awaited discussion on the calendar.
Can I, well, I don't know.
Do you have a question?
I do, but I didn't put my name. Did I put my name?
So Dr. Flores is in there. Okay, Dr. Flores.
I beat you, Danny. So I, before we discuss the calendar, I want to ask, have our, this is revising the calendar, just to clarify. Is that right?
Yes, this is a discussion that we had the previous meetings talking about perhaps starting later. So this is a discussion just with the board. We know we have not met with the others, the committee, but this is where we're going to give some input as to why.
Well, I highly recommend that our SBTA be first included in terms of changing all our unions, our CSEA, all our unions need to, because we already approved a contract with the calendar committee.
Correct.
And given the circumstances, I think that we have to negotiate that with them first before we even move forward as a board, because we need to have their recommendation as well.
So Dr. Flores, I agree with you. I know the first meeting, we kind of talked about it, then it came back and there was a request to agendize it. But in my comments, I also said that is important because we need to have them weigh in as well. Plus, we really don't know, going forward, whether it's going to be delayed, whether it's going to be sooner. But I think the board, Mr. Tillman wanted to give some input as to the
Well, I
benefits.
have an additional comment. We could have contingency plans, but we need their input because
Absolutely.
they are our teachers, they are our staff, and they are our police. And we need to really, I would recommend we have different contingency plans just to anticipate what might happen and move forward. But that would be part of our discussion. But I don't think we should make a motion tonight or anything regarding until we hear from them. That was my comment.
And again, it's a discussion board. So
Yes. Okay.
Mr.
Great.
Tillman, I see you on there. You ready?
I am ready. And,
Okay.
and I'm the one who asked to have this agendized. And I think it's important to for all of us to be on the same page. I fully expect that the governor is going to give some direction to districts on when to start and how to start. And if he mandates that, then that's the direction that we have to take. But I think we should look at as much flexibility as possible to ensure that our students and staff are safe. So once we get the word, I think we call an emergency meeting, we come together and we decide how we're going to provide an education based on what we have to do as a minimum to get the funding, right? And then from that point, go about learning in the safest environment possible, which I think is going to include making sure we make special provisions for the groups of people that I mentioned earlier. That's the part I'm most concerned about. The worst case scenario is if we went with what Governor Newsom said last week, where he's going to start school early in July, and the word went out that everybody comes back to the schools in July, and there are no special provisions for high-risk groups. To me, that would be a disaster. But if we have the flexibility for the district to say, it might be a perfect fit for those teachers, instructional aides, and classified employees who are high risk. They can continue helping us doing the distant learning, because I can guarantee you there's going to be a group of parents who would rather do distant learning than having their kids at a physical school site if there hasn't been a vaccine or a cure for coronavirus. So I want to have it agendized to say that when we get direction from the governor, that we immediately convene a meeting with all the stakeholders and have a committee work to give recommendations to the board on how we're going to open and when we're going to open based on the new information we receive and the direction we receive from the governor. And just to caution, I think we should only take direction from the governor. The worst thing would be for me to hear about this group of people. I'm not going to call them whatever they are, but I don't want to hear about the group of people saying they're going to do a press release and therefore we're going to do what they did because they did a press release. I can care less about a group of people doing a press release. If they don't have the legal mandate from like the governor, then we should have our district have a committee that makes a recommendation to our board, and that's how the decision should be made. The decision should not be made based on somebody doing some other group doing a press release.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Okay, Mr. Gallo.
Yes, I'm the one that made the recommendation to engage the calendar committee in these discussions that was agendized, the recommendation from Mr. Tillman. And I just wanted to make sure that we engaged our folks in these general discussions and these topics as early as practicably possible and let them know that they are considered, you know, obviously participants and critical participants in this entire process. So I'm sure they're listening. I heard Ashley's comments that basically they will engage when we engage, but you know, I would think sooner than later they would perhaps want to be discussing how they might do it. It might be as simple as what Danny just suggested. When the governor comes out with direction, you salute and say, yes, sir, then do it. Or you provide some kind of rational basis in, you know, an appeal or whatever. And I'm just saying the earlier that we get that feedback and kind of our general conditions identified, the better. I mean, I'm all for starting school as early as we possibly can. You know, just get people back. If people don't feel comfortable going, they're not going to go, no matter when you're going to do it, vaccine or no. And I just say get back to normal here. And but in any case, my recommendation is that we engage the calendar committee or representatives of that committee in these discussions as early as possible. Can't force them to participate. They don't want to participate, great. Then we'll just wait to receive orders from our state without having vetted them ourselves and had just our own ideas even put on a piece of paper. Did you consider X, Y, Z? I think being prepared, we know the governor's going to come out with some directives at some point in time. And I think we would want to have at least some criterion that we would wish considered. So that's just my recommendation.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Okay, with this, we have to really look at the facts. The facts is, as it was mentioned, we have no vaccine. There's not enough tests to test everyone. Because that would be ideal as students are coming back in, as our staff are coming back in, we could test them and then seeing, okay, this is an okay moment to have them in, but we don't have enough tests. We don't have a vaccine. So those are the facts. Now, there are school districts that are moving their school calendar, actually start their school in September instead of August. We can definitely do that. It gives us more time to prepare. I think that is the best solution for right now, the situation that we have. Time is of essence when it comes to this situation. It's essential, and we have to really think outside the box when it comes to making sure that our families are safe, our students are safe, they go back home. And when you look at the budget, increasing classes is not ideal. Going back to the way the class size is right now, which is for high school 36:1, is not ideal. So then we really have to prepare. And I would push for moving the calendar, school calendar, back all the way to September, and then making that adjustments at the end of the school year.
All right, I think those are all the board comments under the calendar. Thank you for your comments. And I think we landed back where we had mentioned before. It's important. There's some other key stakeholders that need to be involved in this conversation. We do want to consider their time away, time off, just everything that we don't know that's uncertain. And I think that's been the kind of reoccurring theme tonight. There's some things we know we need to do, but we just don't have the full information as to what we can do. But I do agree with you, Mr. Gallo. there can be a meeting to at least engage in the conversation. I think that's what we said at the last meeting. So hopefully the district can kind of get together with the committee, formalize that so that there is some discussion taking place, so that that information can be fed back to us, so we can kind of have an idea of what, you know, the feelings are starting later, you know, versus sooner. We know sooner than later even didn't go well in some discussion that came from, you know, the legislators. So, all right. So we will do that, and we will move. Yes.
So what, do we have the commitment to meet after we get the direction from the governor? That's what I'm concerned about mainly. That we'll reconvene?
Yes, I think because that's going to be those times when we will call an emergency meeting.
Thank you.
We will know when we know. And that's exactly when we as a board have to come together. But I encourage the team, you know, because I don't know what they're doing in the meantime, to have some form of discussion. So we're not starting, he could say that, you know, months from now, but some discussion needs to take place so we know coming to the table, we're not starting from scratch.
I agree.
All right, thank you all for that. And now we are moving to 10.1, board members. There's been a lot of comments already, but we'll see. Okay, Dr. Flores has put her dibs in with her initials. Dr. Flores, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I wanted to be first because I wanted to also give a shout out to our nurses, our district nurses, because tomorrow, May 6th, is Nurses Day, and just wanted to let them know that we appreciate them all and all their work and all the things that they're doing as well with our kids during COVID-19. I want to give a shout out to all our teachers aides as well, also all our parents, because our parents are the first teachers of our kids. And May 8th is the official day to honor and appreciate our teachers. But I think every day should be the day to appreciate our teachers. Since I retired from being a teacher of teachers, of course, it's my passion, my love, and I can't hug you all, but virtually hug every single one of you for all that you do. I don't know who is doing that, but somebody's blowing their nose. But anyway, I also want to say Happy Cinco de Mayo, which is today. Today is Cinco de Mayo, and I know we can't celebrate it as we usually do together, but I wanted to give a shout out also to everyone on Cinco de Mayo. Today I participated at the beginning of both FLIs, and I mentioned there was over 80 participants. The first one was in English, the second one was in Spanish. It was just tremendous to see all our parents. And like Mr. Tillman says, the opportunity that our families are having with their Chromebooks, and our parents learning how to log on, how to even log on to a Zoom meeting. My goodness, that's tremendous. I love it. It was just really a great opportunity. And then I want to thank Eric again about the status of the hotspots and that we're getting them all out. I think that's really wonderful. And the last thing is, I really would like, Dr. Volkamer is still waking up at night, panic about our kids getting food. I think about, Neil Roberts area. It's very, very poor. And I don't know I really don't know what school is nearby, but that area is really high in poverty. I think about Vermont. It's over 700 families in Vermont. I know Muscoy is there, but Muscoy is really far from Vermont, from the Vermont area. I think about Salinas and Rio Vista. Rio Vista is also very poor on the west side. And and Salinas is way across the other way. So, I just, I know you opened up other ones, but I still see that we're feeding 5,000 now, which is up from 2,000 something, close to 6,000. However, Janie said we used to feed 40,000. So there's 34,000 kids that aren't receiving meals. So I'm really concerned about that. So could you please consider, opening up other sites where our kids are? So that's it. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you. And Dr. Flores too, we do send shout outs to there are a number of our community partners that were doing after school programs. And I saw the recent list, and right there, I know Acoma is doing some work, and I know the others that Dr. Hill, mentioned. So they are stepping up as well. So there's a lot of feeding going on. And what I have seen is a lot of the locations, as was mentioned earlier, PAL Center. So it's a lot. I think at this point, we again want to encourage our families or anyone that know if someone is having, unable to eat. I mean, because that's kind of the number one thing that I'm seeing every day that's increasing in the community of people's willingness to get food to individuals. So we want to continue to encourage that, but we want to applaud those that have stepped up, and I'm seeing more feeding going on from our current partners as well.
I did, Madam President, I did talk to Mama Kim at Acoma, and she said they're feeding about 100 and some, but I think Rio Vista has close to 500, Dr. Volkemer, or 600.
Which behind them they're probably going to MLK as well, but
I'm not sure because 40,000 and 34,000 are not being fed. So
I hope.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's not a good. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tillman.
Yes, and Dr. Flores, I know the PAL Center is doing 3,000 meals a day at 3 different sites, but that's total. They're doing 3,000 a day.
So that cuts it down to 30,000 now, 31,000 that are not being fed.
No, well, hopefully I know some of the whole goal for the district in the very beginning was to make sure any kid that needed food would get it. So we hear there's an area that we need to open up.
Right. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Tillman. We need to open up more areas because they're, our west side, they don't have cars, they walk. I mean, it's so I'm telling you, I wake up at night. Okay. So.
And then today is Teacher Appreciation Day, so I wanted to say thank you to all the teachers that are working tirelessly to help educate our children, and it's Teacher Appreciation Week. So I encourage everyone who knows a teacher to thank them for the work that they are doing now and have done for many, many years. I want to thank all the parents and the students and the district employees for being patient through this time. This is new to all of us. And if we all work together, we'll continue to be successful. And just be patient. If things don't seem right, ask the question. Maybe something we didn't think about. And we're humble enough to understand that we don't know everything, but we'll do our best to meet your needs. I hope that I put a call in today, and maybe Dr. Volker, we can work on something, because I didn't know. For instance, I called Cajon today, and I got the voice message. Now, I didn't think that I should leave a message, and maybe we can do something to have one phone number at all the sites that's going to a person during the school hours. And if the staff doesn't want to use their own phone, even with the Google Voice, then maybe we should provide them a mobile phone. Because to do it for 70 mobile phones won't cost a lot. I know at the county, we buy so many phones, we get them for free. We get to pay the $40 a month. But for this time period, it'd be worth it to do it. When you call a school site during the normal business hours, it'd be great to have a person answer the phone and direct you to how you can get help. And I called to find out about cap and gowns. So I ended up talking to Ms. Cunningham, and she informed me that Cajon is going to give out cap and gowns on May the 12th and the 13th. But I think it'd be a good idea to notify all the parents that we're going to provide cap and gowns and make them available to their students, because a lot of the parents are still going to be able to take pictures of their students and have their own personal celebrations for the graduating seniors. So if that's possible, I think it'd be a good thing. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Oh, and just so I'm clear, we are going to have a traditional graduation for all seniors. When we get the clearance from the officials that we can do it in a safe manner.
It's very important to add that part. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I did not see any other board members put their initials in there. Does that mean you have no comments at this time?
No, I have a comment.
Oh, I have a comment.
Okay.
I thought you would call on each one of us.
Well, you know, I don't know if it's not in.
Me too.
Okay, so Dr. Hill, okay, go ahead. Dr. Hill put hers in there.
Oh boy.
Dr. Hill?
Well, thank you. I didn't put it in because I just thought you were going to just go down the line and do the rest of us. But thank you, Madam President. Just a few things. Again, I want to, be thankful to our teachers, our counselors, our nurses. And I appreciate so much the schools that's on social media. They are showing their singing talents or lack of singing talents and dancing. It's really fun and it's really cute and it's really neat. But continue doing that, not only for the staff, but for the students and the parents as well. And Ms. Wadia, thank you for highlighting our graduates. I think that's absolutely wonderful. When it comes to the food, I just want to share that Community Action Partnership has sections, and every month I'm not on all the social media, I'm on Facebook. I always share where the locations are where parents can pick up food. And I just want to conclude with a message that I got from Mr. Eastwood, who is at Pacific High School. And this comes from a student of his. He said, I see COVID-19 as a parasite that kills anything in its path. Reminds me of something I've seen in a game. But times have been hard. My dad doesn't have a job. My brother, sister, and I are working. Times are tough, but I know we all will push forward, and this COVID-19 thing will be a thing of the past. With all this happening, I've been woken up to the real world. I always said, oh, it's going to be easy. Boy, I was wrong. This pandemic has woken me and opened my eyes. Things are really painful. And I just want to say to this student, our sentiments as well. And thank you for sharing this with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And a lot of great comments from my colleagues. And I just want to thank all of the Executive Cabinet for their wonderful reports, and obviously a lot of information, a lot of comments. And sometimes I try to reserve my comments so we don't go on forever at night. But, you know, what we did see is quite a bit of uncertainty in a few areas of our future. And so, you know, I think we always should err on the side of caution, you know, when we talk about our budget, and, you know, we're looking at our calendars, and always put safety first. But what I do want to say is that, you know, and echo what Danny and many of us have said already, is that we will definitely have a graduation. And one thing that I've been paying attention to a lot tonight, because a lot more people out there watching than we could ever imagine, which I think is awesome. First of all, folks, thank you for watching us. But is this just this great site? And I'm going to keep talking about them because I think they're amazing. That's Adopt a City of San Bernardino Senior Class Graduate on Facebook. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, I've been watching them tonight, and I've noticed just in the last couple hours, quite a few parents and students who've posted their wonderful sons and daughters and relatives for folks that could be adopted as a graduate. And just want to know I did as well right now, and I'm challenging my board members and colleagues out there to adopt a few of our seniors and help celebrate them, because I think that's just a wonderful thing that our community is doing again. But other than that, I think my colleagues have covered quite a bit of this. that we've talked about all night, and just looking forward to hopefully ending our year on a very positive note, and looking forward to continuing our distance learning. And I think we've already heard quite a bit from our executive cabinet on how we're going to be entering next year as well. It's going to be some challenging times. And as Mr. Tillman said, please be patient with us, because I think our staff and our folks, including this board, are doing the best to our ability, and we always put our children first, and we care about their futures. So thank you to everybody involved. And again, we're all in this together. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you. All right, I believe Mr. Gallo.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple of comments. One, I'd like to see us actually incorporate in the board docs as attachments all of the briefings that are presented, so that everybody has access to those things. At you know, instead of emailing them after the fact or whatever, it should be a relatively simple thing to post them whenever they're received to board docs, and I'd just like to see that that occur, not only for us but members of the public, etc., so they could see those briefings and you could study them. I can't really see them that well on my laptop that I'm, you know, here viewing stuff on, so I kind of miss a lot of it, and you know, I try to listen well, but sometimes you can't really study the details of the charts and stuff, so it's helpful for me anyway. And then I'd like to also echo my colleagues, you know, appreciation for our seniors, and let them know we're here for you, and we're going to make this the best graduation that we possibly can. Provide you a few little extras to, not sure it'll make up for the things that you unfortunately weren't able to participate in, like proms and beach day and senior day and all kinds of other things too. But you know, we're doing our best to see that you are honored, rewarded, and actually celebrated for the accomplishments that you were able to achieve. And we want to also make this memorable for the rest of your life, as most of us can still remember our graduations and stuff from various, you know, high schools, universities, etc. So know that we're here for you. Love that you engaged and told us what you thought. You know, the board has been unwavering in its commitment to see you have an in-person graduation whenever we're able to, and we're going to follow that commitment. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosales Medina, did you have a comment?
No, not really. It's more because a lot of the things I was planning to say, I was able to address it during the presentations. And of course, that goes to the headphone sets and school supplies. I know that several groups are contributing to that. So I want to thank the outside organizations that are helping our students at home. It just goes back to really, our district is similar to other districts and its uniqueness of the fact that we have many students who are low income that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And so we have to look at the situation. They're at home. They don't have the space. It could be several students in one small space. We have to be mindful of how they're learning and without distractions. And again, it goes back to, I understand there's many parents that are home working from home, and having children at the home and trying to create that balance, it's very difficult for the parents as well. We're going to make it through this. I know that Friday is where they're going to start. Governor Newsom will start the phase regarding opening up certain businesses now. But then again, it goes back to making sure that we are being mindful, keeping our distance. We're not, as Eric Vitier shared, we are not in the safe right now, although districts or counties are looking at opening up. We are not in the safe. And the reality is, Isabel, here in the region, it has not curved, it has not flattened. And so we really have to look at that as well. and just to make sure everybody's safe out there, keeping their distance.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina, and thank you, board, for all your comments. And I just want to continue to echo everything that was said without repeating it. But thank you, I will say, to our teachers for all that you do, and our staff, as well as to all of our community that's coming together and helping us in our efforts to celebrate and honor our graduates. So we appreciate all of you, and stay safe. As we're saying, the most important thing is we want you to continue to practice things that are safe for you. And for those that are around you and for your loved ones, we care about them, and we want individuals to have a great and wonderful life. I also want to just send a quick little shout out. I know the Making Hope Happen Foundation has teamed up with United Way on their Cabin Fever Reliever, which is a virtual run. And I know a lot of people from the district is signing up, and it's just another way to stay healthy, to stay, in shape and monitor your wellness. And by doing that, you can run in your homes, you can, stay safe while you're doing it. And so just again, let's take advantage of those things, and let's continue to support each other and our community. Thank you. All right, 11.0, the consent calendar. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped over you. Superintendent and staff.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, did someone say something about an in-person graduation? Did I hear a comment about that? Just kidding. Just a little late night tease there. Board, please be assured that one of our guiding principles is involving people in the decisions that affect them. And we will, as we always do, make sure that we have stakeholder input to all of the decisions and recommendations that we bring back to you. We know that some of what we shared tonight has to do with a little crystal balling, and that we don't have all the answers, we don't have all the guidance, but our task is to be prepared for anything that might that we might come up against. And so that's our real goal, is no matter what happens, that we're going to be prepared for it whenever it happens. So I want you've heard about this is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I want to gear my comments, the rest of my comments, toward our amazing teaching staff. It would be really easy to highlight everything that our certificated staff has done in the last 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, in regard to distance learning and everything is associated with that. And that is really phenomenal in and of itself. But the fact of the matter is, that's what they do all the time. They go above and beyond for our kids. They meet the challenges that they face every single day. And their response to COVID has simply been another manifestation of their dedication to our mission to get 100% of our kids college and career ready. And this is very personal for me. As most of you know, all 6 of our kids have gone to school in the district, some all the way through K-12, some just through K-8. And there are actually a couple of teachers in the district that have had all 6 of our children. We are convinced there is a special place in heaven reserved for them. But I share this to say that Kelly and I have seen what our teachers do firsthand. They've taken care of a young lady who had suffered with separation anxiety. They motivated a very gifted and unmotivated learner. We saw the expectations, the care, the nurturing, and we're blessed right now that all 6 of our kids are thriving. And we recognize that a part of that credit goes to the terrific teachers of San Bernardino City Unified School District. So I just want to say very personally to all of our teachers, thank you very much for everything you do every single day for all of our kids. And those are all my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Volkmer. All right, I will scroll back now at the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
I second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second, and I believe we have an item that was pulled.
Yes, 11.8.
Yes, 11.8.
Let me go right to it, Madam President.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me go and do it. Okay. Dr. Volkmer, I wanted to ask, why are they asking for additional money for travel when we have not been in session? And and they're in Seattle. So I don't think, and we're trying to save money. So that's $7,000. So anyway.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Flores. I'm going to ask Dr. Mitchell to respond to that.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Flores, for the question. This group has been working with us for the past couple of years. They have been assisting us in identifying kids who would do well in IB, AP, honors classes that would normally be looked over. These costs are for past expenses, and we're just settling the debt.
So it shouldn't be it shouldn't be approved, or it is amendment, or is it ratification?
It's an amendment.
If it was already incurred.
Yeah.
Right?
So their expenses exceeded their initial proposal contract. Our contract office called it an amendment.
Okay.
We're
So
going
it's
with
an amendment.
Yeah, we're going with Debbie's language, and in any case, it's already happened. It's just for travel costs, and this is settling the debt.
Right. Okay. And I also want to make a comment. I've heard from various teachers and students that they really don't help them, and I would hope that we evaluate this particular group to make sure that they in fact are supporting our students. I find it that I usually don't get comments like this, but they are not performing and helping our kids. So I really want evaluations from the kids about these guys, and also from our principals, and also from our IB people. Okay.
Yeah, just as we said earlier, going through budget cuts, all of our contracts will be evaluated for effectiveness going forward, but certainly this will be part of that evaluation as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Because it's a lot of money. It's over $72,000. So, okay, thank you.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second, so let's vote.
We did.
Well, I'm sorry.
Whatever. We had an open motion on the consent, and then we jumped right to this.
We had pulled it already.
So.
Right, we pulled it at the beginning.
Like I said, we had a motion and a second on the floor. We can.
Yes, we did.
Table that for the next one if you want.
You're right. We had the previous one. We just was discussing the item that was pulled. Dr. Flores?
Yes. Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers? Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. 12.1 personnel report number 18 dated May 5th. I'm sorry.
Do we want to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
Okay, so there was a motion. There was a motion on.
I made the motion and I forgot.
I second it. No, we still, point of order, we still have to approve all the consent items.
Okay, so we're going back to, okay, that was just the item, sorry. Okay, we're going back to the entire calendar. We have a motion and a second on the floor. So the call for the vote again is Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
And Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried for the consent calendar. Thank you. All right. 12.1 personnel report number 18 dated May 5th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
No actions in it?
Madam President,
Yes.
I do have to read in something.
Okay.
Because in the original posted personnel report, there was a mistake on someone's first name. So the correct name is Ashley Prescott. We had put Rachel Prescott. So just so you know, it should say Ashley Prescott.
Okay. All right, we have that correction. And the motion is on the floor for 12.1. Dr. Hill?
Aye.
Mr. Gallo?
Aye.
Mr. Tillman?
Aye.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Dr. Wyatt?
Aye.
Dr. Flores?
Aye.
Gwen Rogers, aye. Motion carried. Thank you. All right. 13.1, review of board requests. I believe that's going to be Dr. Menores.
Yes.
All right.
All right, so I have quite a few requests. See if I've captured them all. First one, to cost out how much it would cost to purchase yearbooks for all our seniors. Dr. Flores. Second one, consider videoing our graduation and having that as momentum or mementos to get out to our students. That was Mr. Gallo. Make sure families and seniors know the virtual celebration is voluntary and not a replacement for in-person graduation. Board, you said that multiple times. I don't know if that needs to be a follow-up or if we're good with that.
I think we're good with that. And there's a letter that's going to go out as well.
Okay. I'm just going to take that off. The next one, consider announcing our graduates on a billboard, similar to what is happening in Fontana. Dr. Hill asked for that. Consider headphone sets to help mute outside noise for our students. That was Ms. Medina. Investigate the virtual high school as an option for families in the future. That was also Ms. Medina. Find out what percentage of devices given out were iPads. That was Mr. Tillman. Find out the savings from retirements and not filling vacancies. That was Dr. Flores. Consider early retire incentive and how much we would save. That was also a request from Dr. Flores. Look at contracts that don't provide direct services to students as potential savings. That was Ms. Medina. Agendize taking the direction from our governor to form a committee and make a recommendation to board for the start date. I think I captured that correctly. Consider opening additional locations for meal distribution. Dr. Flores. Find a way to have a person answer calls at each school, a person like actually answer the call. That was Mr. Tillman. Notify all parents that the cap and gowns will be provided. That was also Mr. Tillman. Incorporate on board docs as an attachment all our presentations. That was Mr. Gallo. And I believe that's it.
Okay. Any comments or questions or?
Move to adjourn.
Excuse me, I had another question.
Go ahead.
Dr. Monitis, did you also include to put what the carryover was going to be? The amount of carryover?
Let's see.
For the budget?
I will add that, Ms. Dr. Flores. Thank you.
Okay, that was it. Okay, I second Mr. Tillman's motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to move to.
I reject that notion.
It doesn't matter because you're going to still have to talk some more. So, all right. Well, we're going to adjourn the meeting. We know that our next regular scheduled board meeting is May the 19th. We'll be here, same place, same time. And remember, as Dr. Wyatt said before, we're all in this together. So board, you're going to.
I'm sorry. This is Margaret here. One comment. Just want to say Happy Mother's Day to all of our staff, parents, and community members.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Feliz Dia de las Madres. A todos.
Sí. All right. This meeting is adjourned. See you on the other side.